Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
That's a good point. No, I was thinking about
Recording in progress.
I mean, Gibbons does this, and all places do this. So, like that optional, like, yeah, one, two. Well, then we're gonna. It's like whatever percentage to support open source public goods. It's on this tree, not on this tree. Default on. Yeah, they have like 5, 10, 7%, right? Of your donation. That's an interesting way to do it because then one market would have to change all of this. Right, it's optional. Yeah, or it's like free product, like pay what you want. Yeah, and they ship the order of when that happens. And then like the closer to the end you can put it, I guess it just made it more. I didn't realize that, you know, you committed to it. Brian, like it's worth it.
Must be getting right. Don't get it around.
Right, because they're eventually like I'm not sure that's That's my family's favorite. Meant to a lifetime thing. That's like you said, so a lot of it is intro business. Oh, really? Right with like the study scene. I can remember the when the we are going to might use some okay, everybody. Bring your attention back here, please. All right, so as we're accustomed to, after breaks and before
We'll start again. Find another partner in a little bit. So we've done this 7 times now. So you should be about halfway, or maybe a little more than halfway through everybody. So yeah, it's going to start getting harder and harder to find something that you haven't get paired with. So go for it.
It's easy. It's a lot like
Back to the front room. All right, well, it's always good. I heard some ending remarks of, hey, thanks, good chat and things like that. So it's really nice that we're making the best use of that time, because that time really is those 6 minutes or whatever you make of it. And the more that you share, the more that you're going to get out of it. And I think that that's what we're doing. So thanks everybody for really engaging in that. All right, so now we're going to talk about what are we going to do next? That's kind of the question. So I've got, we talked about these parking lot items, and oh, I think you caught the prompt there. Switch over. What do we want to add? So now we're talking about what else do we want to talk about in this? We have a day and a half left. Doesn't mean that we're going to get to everything, and we're going to go through a process to rank these things in priority. But what else should be on this list is these are things that we could talk about here, we could address. I'm going to add one, which I was tagged in Discord a little bit, and that's the keep key, like the relationship between keep key and ShapeShift, right? And if someone wants to pull up that Notion doc where people added possible sessions that could be done, let's maybe check and see if there's something on there that we should have on this list. We don't need everything on there to be on this list. I mean, some of we want to make sure it's something we want.
Do you want to talk about Archeo at all? Yeah, and it kind of, I know we have decentralized app progress, which is kind of tangential to Archeo.
Let's just include Archeo in that topic.
Cool. Meme party and competition. Maybe we'll save that for the end. We have time left and we're running out of stuff. Figuring out what, memes are valuable. We should not underestimate the power of a meme, and not just like cartoons, but what is the one-liner for ShapeShift that we think is really compelling and memeable, just that message. And then some cartoons could flow from that.
Do you want to add it on here? And we'll...
Yeah, let's put it there. I want to make sure we get through the important stuff. Or together. The meat party, we can do that virtually. Less important to all be together.
Okay. Anybody else aware of something else that we should be as a possible agenda or breakout group or whatever?
I have a couple things. Can I talk for 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Really fast. I've actually been thinking about this for a while. It was there are 2 things, and they're kind of related. Well, they're very related. One of the things I noticed yesterday, and I'm not sure if anyone else noticed this or if this is just me and this is all face, but one of the things that I was kind of surprised by, and to be frank, a little bit disappointed to see, is that it seemed yesterday, from my point of view anyway, that there were definitely some like palpable guardrails in the conversation. I think, you know, the situation that we're in is not like immediately grave, but that's right around the corner. And, you know, it seemed like there was a lot of effort to establish and maintain alignment on what it is that we're doing. We're talking about, you know, who are we? What do we want to do? Like, there weren't significant departures from the things that we've done so far. And what I'm most concerned about is that maybe a cultural reluctance to depart from the status quo has beset the organization. And in my opinion, given where we stand right now, if that's the case, that's a death sentence for us. And so I know from conversations with a number of people who are here and some who aren't, that there is an appetite. There is an appetite for those conversations. And so, you know, if there's some discomfort, yeah, I mean, if there's some discomfort in out of bounds conversation, I think that we need to recognize it and do something about it, right? And I think we can do that here. The second thing is that I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, maybe the tone of the conversations is a little bit more optimistic than it should be given the current situation that we're in. And you know, I think that might be motivated. That might be motivated by the previous point. And how I'll justify that statement is, you know, take a look at the state of the web app today. Last time we were here was 6 months ago, and put yourself in the position of one of our customers. Things have been done, right? New features have been shipped, but how much more functional is the app today than it was 6 months ago? And it's not to denigrate the output of engineering or anything like that. I'm just trying to establish a baseline, right? So, you know, we've got some measure of the amount of utility that we're able to provide customers per unit time. Extrapolate that forward to the end of the runway 10 or 12 months from now. And does that rate of progress put us on a trajectory where we arrive, you know, with a competitive value offering or with a market disruptive product? I don't see any way that's possible. So I think we need to take another thing to note is that, you know, since the summer, the value of Fox token has been falling significantly faster than the market average. Whatever we're doing, despite our best efforts, is not working. And so we need a radical departure from the current set of plans that we've had and put to action. And I think without a radical departure from those guarded conversations, right, those ideas will never be on the table. And so I would.
So I'm just trying to get clear when you're saying like a radical departure. I think Scott at the end of the day yesterday talked about we need to stay in the infinite game, right? And he was stressing, he wasn't really saying you should more cost. He was just saying it should be considered and I think what you're saying is let's consider that we're in a finite game and we have this amount, like, and we need to completely change our approach from what we've been talking about so far. Is that?
Well, yeah, given the trajectory we're on, I think the most likely outcome is that we exhaust the treasury, see the runway away. And I think that's not important. Again, like all other things, we're in conversations, right? We're playing catch up. And this is our so, you know, we need to innovate in some way. I think with the, you know, rail conversation, the ideas proposed, you know, the ideas that Yesterday, I think there was a strong sense of trying to maintain alignment, but alignment is nice, but it's only valuable if we're all aligned in the right direction, you know. And I think it's abundantly clear that right now we're not oriented in the right direction if what we want to do is stay alive past the end of the runway as it's currently projected and make it through the end of the runway. So yeah, if those are two separate things.
So that would be going back. You're basically saying the roadmap of the last 3 months is not going to work because that's just more the same. We should do something different.
I think we need to have an honest conversation about whether or not that's realistic, or that's a realistic expectation.
Nick, is it the features on the roadmap? Is it the process of going about executing?
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that we're not having the right conversation around the roadmap or around how we're going to execute on the roadmap.
Yeah, I don't think that. Okay, so the 3 month roadmap where we got BSC phase 1 of the roadmap, as proposed, we had BSC, optimism, and arbitrum. That's
What was part of phase 1?
Safe fault, man snacks.
Yeah, as well as
so all those things. That's 25% of our runway. Is that comfortable? Do we feel like we're on an appropriate trajectory so that if we continue at that rate, we'll have a competitive product in 12 months?
I think, those were what we had agreed were the most likely things that we could execute on.
That was what we had agreed were the most likely things that we could execute on the next 3 months that give us the best hope. Because to your point, you're right. We're not guaranteed to be around in 12 months. I don't know if I would say the most likely thing is that we're going to be gone. Obviously, I'm an optimist, but certainly we're quote unquote default dead. If we don't change things in the next 12 months and we continue spending and we don't innovate, then we're out of runway. I actually think that there's a lot we could do in 12 months, but I hear you. And I think it's worth to have the conversation of like, to me, it's less about the roadmap and more just about kind of these conversations around bounties and external contributions. Like, are we going to build all this internally for the next 12 months? Or at least for the next 3 months, perhaps for the next 3 months, I can see that being the plan. But that I think, yeah, maybe I think we've given good space for people to propose alternative things on the roadmap at least. And I haven't heard, it did seem like we had strong consensus alignment and that we all agree like these are the best things. And there was a lot of opportunity for people to propose alternative ideas to focus on. So it seems like maybe that's not what you're getting at, but more about process and like how do we, and I'm open to having that conversation. Like, what's the best way to actually execute now on this roadmap so we can get the most accomplished in the next 12 months with as efficiently as possible?
Yeah, it was two separate things.
Yeah. Oh wait, Paige, did you raise your hand? Yeah.
It was two separate things, right? The first one, cultural, right? Whether or not it is the case that the alignment is genuine and people do feel comfortable putting all ideas they can bring to the table on the table. And second was, I don't, again, like with the second point, I'm not trying to FUD the organization. This isn't doom and gloom, right? I just think there's a significant challenge in front of us. And I think the organization has been to some degree unwilling to confront that head on. And I think, yeah, a shift in perspective saying, hey, right, if we continue down the path we're on now, it's very likely that, that's going to result in the eventual heat death of the DAO. I think from that perspective, like having a realistic assessment of the gravity of the situation might motivate more innovation than there would be given our current perspective, right? Where our current optimistic perspective.
Maybe it's worth thinking about. Like we have a product where I'm just going to call it an engineering roadmap in a sense that we talked about, right? Where prod is laid out, hey, like we want these features built. And then in theory, engineering says, okay, cool, these features are being built. And maybe an additional piece we're sort of missing here in terms of perspective is maybe a marketing roadmap, right? So what's not reflected on the prod roadmap is the OP grant we're applying for, that TULs is putting together, which we could then use to incentivize users to then change how we talk about the app or how users interact with the app. And so maybe it's worthwhile having a broader conversation once there's, now we know what features are being rolled out, how are we going to present ourselves in the next 3 months to position ourselves to best acquire and retain new users and make a drastic change, right? Because we then will have new tools to push. We'll have new, in theory, budgets or tokens to give out to people, and then new personnel doing new things. So that might be an important perspective to also take into account with the new features we're adding.
I just want to check, based on that comment, do we want to add marketing roadmap to this parking lot to talk about? I mean, well, it's not really, I'm not talking about you like presenting, here's our plan for, we're talking about a conversation where everybody is just brainstorming on what can we do from a marketing perspective. That I'm not saying a presentation like you saw Willie and Ken, we're done with those presentations. I don't think are going to happen anymore for this retreat. This, I'm going to put it on there since I heard that, and people can vote for it or not. And then you have something. And then is there someone else?
Tell me if I'm not holding it up this time.
Yeah.
I want to respond to what Nick said, and I agree with a lot of what you said. I also want to go back to what Scott said last night about Socratic conversations and what we talked about earlier. In the absence of centralized leadership, it's our collective responsibility to have these tough conversations. And if we can't have them in these forums, they're not going to happen, and that the plane will hit the end of the runway. I think in hindsight, it's probably no secret that the engineering layoffs were what perhaps the first domino in cost cutting across the DAO. They weren't fun. And I think that much like the Fed has some very blunt tools at its disposal, we've got some very blunt tools at our disposal as well. And to Scott's point last night, we have very limited resources, capital and time, but we probably do have the right people and ideas. And I think a lot of it is now with the financial reality in front of us, and the capital that we've got, we have the choice of, you know, a blunt tool like further austerity. I've done what I could do within my house. It's kind of not my role or Dee's role or Tyler's role to, like, you know, make DAO-wide decisions, to your point. But as most of the DAO contributors here, I think that we have to decide, you know, like, it is further austerity one of the measures that we can take to play an infinite game. That's the way that we can mitigate the downside. I'm a more pessimistic than Willie and more cynical at times, but I think that that's kind of part of these Socratic conversation we need to have that diversity of thought. On the more positive side, we are starting to see some encouraging stuff, right? We're seeing user growth post-migration. The app has never been more well-reviewed, more feature-packed, more stable sort of thing. And we're starting to align more on, you know, features that the market is demanding. We're being more data-driven. I think we can be, that the monetization bit is kind of the next conversation I think that needs to come out of that. And it feels to me, at least, like the roadmap that we just spoke about earlier has got possibly the best chance of success. I do want to talk about the fees thing at some point, and we can get the jelly out and have that debate. But you know, there's kind of, in my mind, perhaps three things that, you know, we got a stack of cash and a pretty defined burn rate. The bluntest tool we have is spend less. And that comes, unfortunately, at the cost of labor and people. That sucks. The second one is, I think that I wanted to talk about after this was focus. And to your point about a marketing roadmap, I think that a marketing or a product or an engineering roadmap is the wrong term. It's the DAO roadmap, and that we all have to align around one thing. And then monetization. And if that means a departure from a philosophy around, like, you know, I don't want to die on the sword of our own ideology. It'd be great if we could not have fees or anything like that. But if it means not getting to play an infinite game, if it means the end of the roadmap, like end of the runway, we like monetization is the thing. We've got a very defined, easily modelable downside. We need to start looking quickly for, we've got two options: extend that runway by burning less, and then, you know, figure out how we offset the burn by revenue. So, and they're tough conversations, right? And we don't have Eric to lay off half of the company in one fell swoop. We don't have that. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You don't. Well, you don't have to do that anymore. Half the company, then all the company. Yeah, that's kind of what I just wanted to respond to that. The conversations, they're not going to be easy. They're not going to be fun. Yeah, they have to be had. Yeah, it keeps me awake at night too. Yeah, the monetization path. I'd love to build all the things, and I want to just address Willie. I was speaking to Scott yesterday about, I don't think a North Star and a vision is orthogonal to ruthless execution. I think it's great to say this is, what's that? Is that too soon? I don't think they're orthogonal. I think that we can have a vision of what we would like to be at some point in time in the future. We have to ground ourselves within the constraints of the capital that we have and the market that we're operating within. We don't get to pick where we are in the cycle. I think a lot of our success, this hollows out a lot of our efforts, but we have to be realistic with ourselves. We are in a bear market.
Typically multiple solutions to come.
Yeah.
I want to like make sure there's like lots of voices that never was there someone on Zoom
Yep.
who wants to, can you wrap up?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it can come back around, but they may say something that you were going to.
Sure. I don't think that we have to abandon the high level vision of where we want to go, but I do think that we have to be brutally honest with ourselves about the resources and time that we have at our disposal and the externalities that we're forced to operate within and act accordingly. And I don't sniff the moon fumes as hard as some others. I'm a lot more pessimistic, but like, yeah, we have to be very intellectually honest with ourselves about like what can we deliver and when.
I guess the next one.
Someone on Zoom might have been first.
I just want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an actionable thing, but you know, so going back to the word radical, if right now in the status quo the approach is to aggregate all chains, all, then and so that's everything. And the most radical alternative must be to do one thing only. So I don't know if it might be worth, you know, a half an hour breakout group to basically just make the most compelling devil's advocate arguments for the one thing that should be done. And like make a list of those things and just argue for that for the sake of an exercise. I don't know. Is this, I mean, I'm just sort of, as a way to frame the discussion.
Maybe it's a job.
Yeah, and I'll just say, because I understand the conversation around austerity. Back when it began, I definitely brought an alternative. Whether it was something that the appetite was there for at the time or not, and for many reasons, and I understand that those things are difficult discussions and topics, there is other solutions out there on how we can implement austerity in different ways that don't mean loss of assets. And I see contributors in the DAO as assets. And just as a quick reminder, I mean, it was basically leveraging Fox more, the utilization of Fox. Yes, people will sell their Fox if they get paid more in Fox and less in USDC. We have to be willing to take that chance to, you know, offset our salaries, offset contributions with compensation with Fox. That's what we have in our treasury. We don't have a lot of USDC. We need to make sure that that is what, you know, it's supposedly going to increase our runway and increase our ability to create longer and further. And I think that we would be reminded, you know, I I don't know how many, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 different scenarios of how we could, implement some type of form of that and substitute that in, compensation. There are ways that we can, extend our runway. And some of those cases that I laid out, whether they were too extreme or too much, gave us like 10 months, it gave extreme amount of time that could be added on to that. And I understand we were at the beginning of being, looking at the austerity conversation. It's I don't want to say it's easier because it's definitely not, but it's definitely something that's done more frequently is just eliminate the fat, and I don't want to say anyone was fat, but just say eliminate things, and by the process of elimination, you get to have more. Eliminate who's participating, who's receiving, and then you'll have more for those who are still left. Versus the ones who are left make the decision to tighten the belts a little bit more or take something a little bit differently and allow for the group to go together further down the road.
All right. From a process standpoint, there was an idea of like, let's spend some time making an argument for doing one thing. So is that something we want to put on here? And is that what do you call that? What is that? Brainstorm one thing strategy. Okay.
All right, so we're saying a few things that are crossing over into tokenomics land, which is near and dear to my heart. Budget austerity, runway, Fox utilization. Yeah, it never was. I recall you laying out some different options, and some of those were very creative at the onset of austerity. Here we are months later. We've gone through that process. I certainly don't want to sound callous, like everybody that lost their positions. That was very hard, and that sucks. That said, I think in a way, going through the austerity process has been cleansing and good for the DAO. We were carrying objectively a lot of extra weight, a lot of people who maybe should not have been at the DAO. That prompted us to go through that step. So in a way, I think that at the very least is a silver lining, and we seem to be getting a lot done with our current crew. With respect to just the idea of Fox and using Fox as sort of the sole incentivization mechanism, I feel very strongly about this, and this is why we need stables. I'm very scared of a death spiral scenario where, let's say we think, well, okay, we go through the stables, but we also have Fox. At some point, inevitably there would be self pressure given to contributors, but the number one thing that scares me in that scenario is outside observers. Other people that are holding Fox, they're seeing the DAO run out of one runway. It's very transparent. We wouldn't want to hide it, nor can we on chain. And we've seen this with many other, initially the ICOs that shit the bed after the ICO bubble, we had a bear market, and now with a lot of DAOs, people see, they run out of runway. There's a collapse in confidence. This project isn't going anywhere. They dump their tokens, and it's basically a death spiral that it would be very hard to escape. So I just there's been some conversation around that, and this is something I feel strongly about with respect to that. Within those confines of tokenomics, I think there's a lot of parameters we could play with. There's been like DeFi, you had some very direct criticism towards the way that the DAO was accumulating via bonds. I think that's great, open for discussion. My question for all of you is, with respect to austerity, and given the roadmap we currently have, like right now, I just want to do a quick poll. But do you feel like you as a workstream leader, or you as being on your team, assuming we were to move forward with the roadmap that's been presented, do you feel like you and your team can execute on that roadmap given our current spend? Who feels that the current budget is adequate to execute on that roadmap were it to be implemented? You have a qualifier on that. Yeah. So just before we get to yours, so it's interesting. It looks like the vast majority feels confident. So
Now, who could do it with less budget?
yeah. What if it was like 100K a month? I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, to my point,
Oh,
we're
just-
moving budget, we're just shifting, you know, if there's ways of where you could keep that budget, you're still getting paid the same amount, you're just getting paid a little bit differently, and you're shifting the assets to, you know, how it can be utilized. So I'm not advocating, I didn't consider participate. You know, I think as a group, yes, we can achieve, it. It's possible, I'm just.
Oh yeah, and I wasn't insinuating, never was that you were advocating further cuts or anything like that. I just kind of wanted to take the pulse. But James,
Stable wise, team wise, yes, we have the resources. I would love to have more. We don't have the thing for it. The and is it's not a capital or resource thing. It's a process and focus thing. It's my point about the marketing roadmap. It's not 4 independent roadmaps. It's one. It relates to partnerships, to bounties, to open source, to distractions, to everything else, to the relationship with Kiki. It's like, it's laser focus. It's not about like the amount of money that engineering has or spends. In my domain of engineering, it's about like collectively, how do we focus? That's the and bit.
Okay, I think that we've, I think particularly adding the fact that this is a potential topic, I think that addresses, Nick, your concern of we might need a totally different approach. That if this winds up getting a lot of votes right now, that means there's many other people that are interested that are also into that, and that may become the number one. But I think that at least takes your concern and puts it on the consideration list for everybody. So thank you for bringing that up and for like the dialogue to get us to this point. What I'd like to do now is I would like to vote on these and see where the most interest is. And how we're going to do that is that there's a whole bunch of little squares up here, and everybody, in just a minute, I'm going to invite everybody to come up and pick 2 of these squares and vote on your 2 highest priorities. So you only get to vote on 2 things that you think are the most important to talk about here, and then we will look and see collectively. Okay, sure. Nick asked for a 2-sentence summary of all the items on the list. Decentralization, progress, and forward plan. So this is about the organization, the DAO. How centralized are we versus our execution versus how decentralized do we make decisions? Do we execute on things? So this one is really about the organization, and it's on the scale of centralized to decentralized. Marketing roadmap plan, and James is saying it's not a separate plan, it's the same plan, it's all focused. So H said, hey, we've talked about the engineering roadmap. How can marketing support that? Or what can marketing do with those features? So this would just be to brainstorm, not for H to present, but to brainstorm on how do we get the most marketing bang for the buck out of the product as it exists and with the roadmap that we've all, the current roadmap that people have talked about. Bounty process. So this is about external contributors versus internal. There's been a lot of conversation, little bits about this over the last day and a half. So this is really about, yeah, I think there's mostly a focus on the engineering aspect of it, but maybe this goes outside of that, of just external contributors versus how much is done with internal resources. Partnerships. Someone remind me of this one.
This is how do we interact with our partners and how we can get them with people wanting to come and integrate.
Okay.
And your capabilities.
How do we make the most from our partners and like from those relationships?
How it relates to the roadmap.
Yeah, how we integrate them in. Considering the roadmap, how do we approach our current partners and find new partners and then get them in so that they're making valuable contributions. Data-driven decision collection and analysis. So this is a little open-ended, but it's about becoming more data-driven decision and who. I think there was a question about who is going to collect and analyze this data. That was another aspect of this. Smart goals. I think that's just about talking about we need smart goals, or was it to start setting smart goals?
To create like 3 to 5 smart goals, DAO-wide smart goals.
To create 3 to 5 DAO-wide smart goals that everyone can get aligned behind. Okay. Then there's brainstorm one thing strategy. So this is, we got a roadmap. We're going to build, integrate 3 chains, do vaults, all kinds of stuff like that. What if we didn't do that and we just focused on one thing? How would that go? What would that be like? Open source software philosophy. James, you want to, what's a 1 or 2 sentences?
What open source
Is this related to bounties? Is that the same?
It's most closely related to bounties, yes.
So I would even, how about if I put bounty process / OSS and we make that one conversation? If we can combine some other ones, I think that's great. What else do you? This is organization focused. This was like, how decentralized is our app? And like when Archeo comes in, like, is it totally censorship proof, resistant proof? So it's quite different. This is really about the organization, our decision making, our governance. This is about the product and the tech stack behind it.
But I don't want to use both my votes on those 2.
I writ my things.
No. No half votes. Do people want to combine that? Do you feel this?
I think we can do both. I think we can do both.
Okay. All right. Decentralization. So I'll just scratch this one out.
And we can just say decentralization.
I mean, it's still decentralization progress and forward plan. So this is of, org, and app, right?
That's like 6
hours. And so, all right. And then the last one is, oh wait, sorry, there's 2 more. Business model. I'm going to put /fees. Since that's the.
Wait, I was talking about.
Oh, can't we combine fees and decentralization? Like they're the same, right?
Partnerships.
Why is it so hard?
We have a lot of important things to talk about.
I'd like to make a motion to combine 2 of these because they're highly related.
Which ones?
Data-driven decision function analysis and smart goals, because measuring is.
I think that those, everyone good if we combine those 2?
I'm good because I'm trying to.
Because the smart goals is measurable, which means we have to have data to make decisions.
What if you
We're just gonna make it one big thing.
What are you asking, sorry? Yeah, we'll figure out how to get the Zoom people to vote, yes. Okay, so data-driven and smart goals is now one topic. This is a pretty good, even just doing this is a pretty good process. So then there's business model fees, and then I'm not sure about including Q with partnership. I mean, if we did that, as long as, I think this would have to be talked about first before general partnerships, because I think this has there's a direct, is it true that there's a direct impact on Keep Key and the current integration with ShapeShift? Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm looking for other feedback.
Yeah, I think they're different enough.
They're different.
Yeah, I would leave them separate.
Okay, we'll leave them separate. Okay, so I think I just like, don't want to take time to like write all this again.
Just throw some numbers up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we got, this is actually, let me have a different color, orange. Okay, so this one is, so for people on Zoom, everybody can put 2 votes in the chat. Decentralization is 1. Marketing is 2. Bounty process OSS is 3. Partnerships is 4. The smart goals and data-driven decision is 5. Brainstorm one thing strategy is 6. Business model fees is 7. And TP is 8. Can you see those numbers well enough on the Zoom so you know what each one of them are? This is not an ordered list. We're going to vote to order it. That's the whole point of the voting. This was just.
So we're gonna vote.
Notice that I just started inserting things. That was only because that's where there was space. That's the only reason why I hand wrote them in where they are today, is because there was space on that board.
So we're gonna get to all of them eventually.
Maybe, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know about
We're
that.
gonna vote to prioritize that, and then the ones that are the most get, go.
Yeah, and then we're also going to decide. So we're gonna vote to prioritize them, and then we will need to decide if we're going to work on the highest priority one together, or whether we're going to split into some groups and tackle more than one.
Okay.
That's going to be a possibility. But right now, I'm just like really curious about what do people think is the priority. So I know it's tough. There's 8 options. Everybody can vote for 2 of them, right? This is kind of part of the point of everyone. We want to focus. So you got to focus on 2. So come, I think you're ready. Come grab 2 squares. I'm going to be here policing people. You can only take 2 squares.
Yeah.
Don't drop them.
Yeah, and put the squares to the right in a line together. And if it goes off the page, that's fine.
Yeah, we need blind voting.
Smart goal.
Twins today.
Yes.
Great shirt. Every time I wear it, comment about it. And they're like, "What is it?" There should be a URL on it.
All right, make your votes and move on.
Oh, we had like a treat.
Yeah, so what else?
Yeah.
I think it.
Like
costs to get
Okay.
Like, go ahead, grab it.
It looks like we've got enough. Yeah.
Imagine if they're voting with their wallets. You get 2 votes. This giant sticky. I get.
Don't forget you get 2 votes.
Yeah, that's what I was like, crap, I gotta do my own.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, I'm kind of like trying to
Stay as impartial as I can.
You're underneath, that's underneath this model, is that what happens? Fees?
I like to think about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put up this stage. John, you're free to take 2 votes if you want on what the topics you want to have discussed.
Pick the right
Pick 2 votes. You
So
take.
this one was crossed out?
No,
Because
just
mine
mine
got
combined.
combined.
With the, like, order.
Okay.
So we are.
Oh, does he have his stickers? Yeah, John. It's hard. It's just hard.
Makes sense.
Okay, you got 10 more seconds to vote.
Oh, we're getting online, right?
Yeah, we got it.
I don't know how these work. We'll just anyone wants to? I'm gonna leave probably about an hour. That's our target.
Okay.
So one. But if we don't want you, that's fine.
Okay.
That's a
Okay.
decentralization, bro.
Yeah.
Also, we still have tomorrow, right, John?
Yeah. Yeah, John is just saying he's not here.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna leave about 9 minutes. So if there's like a specific discussion, like art is something you want me here for. Might make sense to do sooner, but we'll do that tomorrow.
No.
I'm gonna call him tomorrow, but I'm probably back at the next. I won't be here physically. But that said, it may not be the most important, so don't change it all just with me.
Yeah, that's like based on the order.
Yeah, I just figure you might work out.
So we might actually be able to get together.
Yeah. Because I don't care. I know it's I don't need that.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, so what we've got is the business model fees is the one with the most votes. Data-driven decision and SMART goals is in second. The decentralization is third. Someone tell me if I'm missing something. Fourth is the bounty process. Then one thing strategy, partnerships, keep key and ShapeShift, marketing roadmap plan.
What about what came into Zoom? Is that the
That
right?
includes Zoom.
Okay.
But then we actually we put dots on for the Zoom votes.
I do have one request. We were just talking about that briefly with people.
Yeah.
Is that brainstorm thing? I think there might be some really interesting stuff that comes out of that, and that could essentially inform smart goals or not. But it might be worthwhile to do that first.
To do that first.
Yeah.
Even though it's pretty low on the priority
But
for.
what if something comes out of that affects the roadmap potentially that then would inform us?
Okay, so hold on. Based on that information, does anybody want to change your vote? It would be on the, it would be.
We all get another sticker.
Just more votes for everybody. But you see what I'm like,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying is that really like the collective, and this doesn't mean that probably, like we said, everything on here needs to be discussed. It's a question of if it happens here or if it like we can do things. Yes.
We also agree to arrange the schedule so that the smart goals talk is definitely tomorrow. And then,
Yeah, we can make sure we, allocate time for it.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is everyone's agenda. We can do whatever we want. So,
Can we put it before the smart phone? Like, close the discussion, so we kind of like include it as.
you like combine those two together, you're saying?
Yeah, and then after the section comes after, we kind of have all the like the expression of mind.
Okay. All right, so let's do what we've got is, I think, is everyone agreeing? Do we have agreement that business model fees is the first thing that we're going to talk about?
Yeah.
So that's the first thing we're going to start today. Okay.
On John's schedule, maybe because we do have a lot of votes for the first one too.
Okay.
I'm also not here, similar to John.
Okay. So here's another consideration. Is this item? It's got 7 votes. It's, what does that make it, third? Is that right? Yeah, it was third. And if Archeo is a big piece of this, both neither John nor Adam are going to be here tomorrow. Those are the 2 biggest Archeo experts. So if that's important to have them in this conversation, then this conversation would need to happen today.
And specifically the next hour and a half, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'm as excited as I am about this model, we'll have plenty of time for that. I'd like to perspective on that too, but I think Archeo is. We could probably get to both of those in the next 90 minutes. I think. Let's go ahead and do that. I vote for doing the Archeo one first while we got done that.
Okay, so everyone okay with doing decentralization first? Is anybody gonna like scream it's unfair? Okay. All right, so we're gonna do decentralization, then we're gonna talk business model fees, and then that's gonna leave this one will be, we can talk, so I think that's gonna take us till the end of the day today, frankly.
Yeah.
I say just start with those.
So we're gonna start with those 2. We'll see where we are and we'll recollect tomorrow. And then just a note, we're gonna go into this discussion. I do need to leave at probably about 3:45 to get to Boulder for the meeting that I've warned everybody I was gonna have to leave early today. I don't see that being a problem because this conversation about decentralization, I think you can just self-facilitate and it'll be fine. So, okay. Let's see, it's been about, I think, just jump into it.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to, how do you want to structure this conversation? There were 2, and remember there's 2 items, org and app. So.
I say quick on that app side of it, so. I was involved quite a bit early on, like early in the DAO days in the discussions and early planning kind of around Michael's design and ideas there. And then I went off supporting beta and doing other things at the foundation, lost a ton of contacts, things kept moving there. Recently rejoined, built the directory for it. Basically, I feel like most of what I know right now, I learned by looking at the code and what he built and learning how to interact with it. I'd love to just hear like street business expectations for how it performs or what it's.
Yeah, so if it's okay with this discussion, I know this discussion is not just about this piece, but I know Archeo is an important piece. And so why don't we just talk about that in its relation to the app? And then if we want to then go to the work stuff, we can do that too.
So yeah, most of you are familiar, and this governance proposal just recently passed a few weeks ago on the phase 2 of Archeo, originally called FoxChain when we were in the kind of research phase, but Michael did that phase 1 proposal. There was a lot of research and discussions, also in combination with partnering with Coinbase Cloud, who put up a proposal to help support us on that. So a lot of that happened in kind of the first 3/4 of this year. And then there was a lot of discussions about, okay, and there was a lot of research into potential competition and other ways we could do this even without building something, including looking into things like Pocket Network and then more recently LavaNet. And basically the decision was made that none of those in particular were prioritizing decentralization enough, that it wasn't really either of their priorities.
And we saw this in particular, at least with Pocket Network, after the Tornado Cache incident, when they basically had a front-end API that everyone had to connect to, and they started censoring any Tornado Cache related contract requests, very similar to what Infura did. And the whole idea here is that if we actually build a truly decentralized public node network, that shouldn't be possible, or at least it shouldn't be possible at that level. And so after all of this research and planning, a decision was made that we do think it's worthwhile to build this thing, that this is something ShapeShift needs, and it's something the world needs as a whole. And that was kind of the motivation for the phase 2 proposal. We also then, after much discussion over the last year, and that Tornado Cache incident in particular, helping motivate it, we were able to convince Chad, as you all know, from Thorchain, to basically hop on and help lead the development of this project, which was, in our opinion, kind of the perfect person to do this. He has obviously lots of context with the Cosmos SDK and lots of context building a blockchain that has to interact with a number of non-related Cosmos nodes, e.g. what Thorchain does. So the high level of this, or what Archeo is supposed to be, is a kind of directory service and a marketplace for providers of public node data to set up their nodes and basically be able to offer them from anywhere from free. And the idea is that there will be what we're calling free tier, and all the way up to whatever tiers they want to create with potential users or customers, and those users will likely be apps in the early days, for various tiers of usage. And so that is the basics of what is being built with Archeo. Chad has been working on this for probably about 6+ weeks now, in terms of building the initial code. All the code is up there in public, if anyone wants to see it. We did get some support from the foundation. So both Adam and Ocean have been starting to help a little bit with that, and have done some work on like that directory service that Adam just mentioned. But yeah, at a high level, it's simply supposed to be node providers come in, they are incentivized by the network to want to set up these nodes, and then they are eventually actually paid, and the network creates revenue via these contracts that people can pay. But that contract is kind of an upgrade. It's not required, because people can come in and use the free tier. Is the idea that there will be some subset of nodes who will allow that, so that anyone can come in and you can just basically replace it without having to set up one of these contracts. That is the very basics of what Archeo is. There's obviously more details in there about the airdrop spec that was just passed, about what it'll look like when it is launched, which will include, a large portion of that going to both box holders and the DAO treasury specifically. So basically the DAO, once this thing is launched, is going to become a key stakeholder in this new network. It won't be the only stakeholder, but it will be a very influential one. And one that arguably has an economic incentive for this thing to succeed, both because it's needed for its own applications, but also if this thing became successful with others, it will have essentially a large literal stake in terms of the staking token in that network. So that is the very high level. There's obviously a bunch more particular details we can go into about how some of this works on a technical level and what that will mean. But effectively, that work is just going forward. It's making pretty rapid progress. From my opinion, I'm usually someone that is, as many of you know, generally skeptical of engineering timelines, and doesn't always believe. But Chad has generally delivered on a very aggressive timeline that he said that he wanted to, and I thought it would take triple the time that he said, and he's honestly been kind of on target with what he said. We're probably a little bit behind what Chad thinks, but not a lot behind. So I think at the moment, a launch of the Archeo mainnet, sometimes certainly in Q1 seems very realistic, if not like even potentially, late January, early February. But it's hard for me to imagine at this point that it won't launch by the end of Q1 at the absolute latest. So we seem to be on track for that. We've had pretty good communication, I think, with like DeFi and engineering work stream and Adam and Ocean at the foundation. And one of the other goals of that proposal is also to set up a proof of concept of ShapeShift itself as one of the first use cases of Archeo, and basically put up a version of ShapeShift that you use it basically swaps out for our own current, hosted nodes, so that you could basically use ShapeShift without any of those dependencies. You basically just the dependency would be Archeo for all the node callouts. Yeah, that's kind of a high level overview. I guess I'm curious from all of you of like, what questions do you have, or what could we elucidate more, or what do you want to talk about around this?
Obviously, the engineering workstream runs, we built Unchained and we run node infrastructure. In the context of decentralization, the bill last month was $21,000. We've now got the dev cluster and the prod cluster on Taxi Stake, which is a step in the right direction of decentralization. To me, it makes sense if, Archeo will be a big part of, ShapeShift will be a big holder of Archeo and tightly related to it. Would it make more sense if the Archeo work stream was to take ownership of those nodes and that cluster as the, both to bootstrap the network, as, we've got 9 chains now on there, and just, it would give the engineering work stream more resources to focus on the client. Basically, it would kind of separate those concerns of like, we could build more things on the client side, like feature related, and the Archeo, work stream could continue on, or the Archeo DAO as hosting those nodes. Just kind of thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not sure that like the Archeo workstream should be responsible for like hosting specific nodes, as much as the goal is to set up the infrastructure and the incentives correctly, that those nodes come online regardless of what anybody does. That's at least the hope. I think the reality is in the early days, yes, there will be some nodes hosted by those in the community. We're going to be bringing in other partners, like Taxi Stake, for example, has already expressed interest in running early Archeo nodes. So to the degree that they're already doing that for the DAO, I don't see why they couldn't just turn those into the Archeo nodes. I think we want to be a little bit careful of like, this is still going to be very new software. So I'm not, I'm very bullish on this, but my recommendation would not be, the week Archeo launches, turn off all the other nodes and just turn everything to that and just assume it's all going to work. I think having that proof of concept like system and like seeing this work out for a couple of months is definitely prudent before we switch over everything. I think once we have more confirmation that this is working, and especially like a couple of months runtime, it will be much clearer about what are these incentives working? Are new nodes coming online? Are there things that the DAO needs that like are not coming online? I think that there will be some, just internal kind of or supporters of the system. I think people like us, like the DAO, like Taxi Stake, like the foundation to a certain degree, will all have an incentive to want to help bootstrap this and turn on some nodes. And like if there's certain things the DAO needs, like I know we've talked about like the archival node, for example, we should make sure that those are all online and working in some capacity. Exactly. I don't necessarily want to say that the Archeo workstream should specifically do that with its very limited budget that is really just meant to get to mainnet launch and then go from there. But certainly once Archeo launches, the DAO, the new chain will have its own treasury and could potentially use those. And it will also have some like community treasury reserve that, for example, could be used for ecosystem grants to try to bring new validators and new nodes online. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot of the early work one way or another, is just bootstrapping this thing and trying to get a sufficient number of nodes to come online. So I see that as kind of some of the initial work once mainnet launches. I don't necessarily want to make a bunch of assumptions yet about who's running those nodes and in what capacity, other than like, I know we need to run at the bare minimum. We need to make sure that everything that ShapeShift needs is being run on Archeo, but hopefully even more than that. Hopefully there's nodes like even for things we're not running, and just evaluating that. So I guess the best answer I can give is I think we should launch the mainnet. and give it a couple of months, and then we should reevaluate what's necessary there. And if there's the ability, for example, to the degree that engineering in the DAO is using that spend today, to either let go of the spend because there's enough nodes online, or even redirect the spend to say, okay, let's at least support the network and do those on Archeo nodes for a few months until more comes online. I think any of that could be reasonable, but I don't necessarily want to get ahead of ourselves when, as bullish as I am, we haven't even launched it yet. Yeah.
What's a sensible beta step towards decentralization?
Yeah, I think a sensible beta step is basically the steps we've already defined, which is getting that proof of concept up, proving that it works. Then there will also be some, basically, for lack of a better term, kind of partnership, business development outreach to others who we want to try to use. And we might even, like Willie had this really cool idea of basically spinning up other dApps interfaces, and just, if we do this right, drop in replacing, like we could basically put up a version of the Uniswap interface and just swap out Infura for Archeo, and in theory it should just work. And like, we can make examples of that to others and then use that as an inroad to try to get other dApps and other applications to be like, to try this. And to the degree that we can get that progress, that should hopefully create a virtuous feedback loop, where the more application interest we get, the more likely we're going to also attract more nodes and validators, et cetera. And that will just strengthen the network as a whole and create more resources for everybody. That's my hope. So it's hard for me to see beyond, like, my initial focus is simply, let's make sure this thing launches. And then we need to then adapt to what the needs of the consumers and the network are, in those first couple of months. But, none of that's going to matter if we can't get this thing out, test it and launched and work it.
I got 2 seconds.
Just, so does this mean that when Archeo does go live, the engineering work stream in the DAO will save 21K per month of current expenses or current expenditure?
Not immediately, no, because we're like, those nodes still have to run. But what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't make sense. Like what John was saying as well, it'd be suicidal to just rely on Archeo and ChaosNet, right? We'll just have production issues. Let the app will go down. Let's not do that. It's like, Q2 next year, when we're kind of mainnet launch, and like, it's more than a handful of nodes. Like, there's
existing hosting and then creating provider on the Archeo. Register our existing API that we help, and then we teach our
So just a quick question, like, to, the security aspect, the code review, the auditing and stuff like that, do we have any anticipations that, before this is fully launched, that there's going to be some type of process built in for that, so we ensure that, these nodes are secure and everything like that?
Yeah, so there's a couple things buried in that question. I'll try to tease out a few of them. So first and foremost, it's already budgeted in our initial plans to basically have an audit of the code, and Chad is already engaged with a security auditor that he has used on other Cosmos SDK projects before, that is going to review the code before launch. Obviously, one security audit does not mean everything is 100% perfect, as we all know, but it's a good step, and that's okay. The other thing is that, you know, in Archeo's case, we are fortunate that like the security considerations are not, I don't want to say security is not important, but they're not super significant compared to a lot of other chains and assumptions. And the reason that is because the Archeo is not going to secure any economic value itself, unlike a Thor chain, for example.
Because, like, you need the software to run those, so, that is corrupted. Something obviously down chain.
No, I'm not sure I agree or maybe don't understand your question.
The worst thing Archeo could do is serve you bad data.
Correct.
Trying to trick you into doing something to be pretty hard, and still you would have to confirm the transaction and sign it. Or refuse to broadcast, refuse to broadcast your transaction.
Correct. So like ultimately, this is a network that all it really does is provide data. There are some theoretical attacks where like a bad or poison data could be really bad if someone's trying to do something with it, or like, you know, but like Archeo doesn't build transactions, for example.
No, I was saying, so like if the software itself has a vulnerability built in, and that gets disseminated to a lot of people who install a lot of nodes, the consensus then gets override, because if you have it on 1,000 nodes, because that's what was installed on all these remote nodes.
Are you saying basically if there's like malware in the infrastructure scripts?
Yeah, because it is a software, it is something that we have to install.
Just below the consensus.
Yeah, consensus.
Yeah, it doesn't mess with the consensus.
Yeah. So ultimately, the consensus is just tendermint. So we're not making any. We're not creating a new consensus mechanism, and it's not creating any assumptions that doesn't work in any other Cosmos chain. So what? Yeah, exactly what they both just said. What would happen is if like someone if someone got intercepted and downloaded a malware version of the infrastructure script to set up their nodes, all that's really going to happen is they won't be in consensus of the network, and they just won't even be part of the network at all, which is fine. I think the more important security consideration is that this is something we'll have to have documentation on and train people on, but app developers will have to make various decisions about what level of security they need from the data of the net. So like you might be doing some very low security conscious thing that doesn't matter, such as just making a balance call on a Bitcoin address. And for that, you might be fine just pinging one node and just trusting their data and knowing that the worst case is a user gets a wrong balance, but nothing really bad happens. Versus maybe they are trying to make a call on a specific DeFi contract, and it's more important to make sure that, you know, they're sending to the right place, and or that some of the inputs are run right. And then they might say, okay, for this, I want to ping 2 or 3 different nodes and basically cross-check them. And what the trade-off will be there is there'll be some degree of trade-off between efficiency and security. And basically, ultimately, that's not even really Archeo's decision as much as the app developer's decision about what degree they want to do that. But the whole idea is if the Archeo network works, there will be sufficient nodes that you can go as high as that as you want. If you're really security conscious, you can cross-check against 10 nodes or 20 nodes or whatever it is, and then you make that decision based on the app specific logic. So we're not going to assume what apps need. The apps will have to figure that out for themselves, but we will make sure that the data is there for them to do whatever degree they want to with that. Correct. No, yeah, Archeo doesn't do anything Oracle-wise. Really, all it does is give you data from the blockchain that you need to make your app work. And so in that sense, basically, put another way, is we're pretty comfortable launching that up with just one security review because the security assumptions are not super significant. Certainly in comparison to something like a Thor chain or something where, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars might be locked in the network itself. That's not going to be the case here.
So I'm very curious to get a better understanding, and this is kind of a question for both DeFi and for John. When Archeo goes live, and we'll have maybe this chaos.shapeshift.com at first, how decentralized will it be at that point? So one example is like, will it be up to the data provider to decide if they serve data to a user in a sanctioned country? Are there any dependencies in the app that we have for third parties that we can't control whether or not they sanction our users. So like fiat on and off ramps, that's an obvious one. That's not going to work. And that's another argument for why maybe the P2P marketplace, the centralized P2P marketplace could be could go along well with a decentralized app. But yeah, price data is a good example. And so figuring out, how decentralized will the app really be? And then also we can talk about, if there is stuff that we could do to make it fully decentralized, how and when should we prioritize?
Yeah, so I'll answer, and if DeFi or Adam wants to add on, feel free. So yeah, obviously, in any of these conversations around decentralization, and I would get into this even when we get into the org and other parts of the app conversation, is that decentralization is always a spectrum. So how decentralized it is going to be kind of hard to define. I would say that on day one, if we do our job right, it'll be more decentralized than just trusting a single Infura node, but less decentralized than maybe Ethereum. Yeah, it's not going to be as decentralized as Bitcoin or Ethereum. But what we're trying to do is again, I'll say it again, is that at its very base level, what this is supposed to be is a marketplace of node data. So we are definitely depending on the market to basically take care of that. And to the degree that there is a market for uncensorable node data, which I believe there is, those nodes should exist if the incentives are set up correctly. If they're not, then we've done something wrong and it's not working. But yeah, so put another way is there will not be any sort of censorship, and I would be very against this, anything on the network level, meaning like the actual node software or the network of Archeo, the Cosmos network that's going to go up, is agnostic to all these questions. It doesn't specifically stop censorship, but it certainly will not allow anything to happen at that level. The specific node providers are going to be able to do whatever they want. So if there is a node provider who wants to comply with the OFAC list, like we're not going to be able to stop them from doing that. That's going to be their choice. But the argument or the hope here is that because this is a marketplace, to the degree that it becomes known that this particular node is doing censorship in that way, they will start losing basically customers, and people will go elsewhere to the nodes that are not doing that. And those nodes will basically gain the revenue that one is losing. So the idea is this should be market incentives at its, at its base level. And as long as there is a market for that, it should be profitable for those nodes to run and provide that. And so that is basically, I don't know if that fully answers the question, but that is basically the answer, is that if we trust market forces, the market should take care of that problem, and there should be uncensorable node data available.
Yeah, that definitely answers it on the network side. Then the other piece is the app side. Will the app be decentralized, or will it be uncensorable, or will it work for somebody who would otherwise be censored?
I mean, and that's something we might have to discuss in terms of how apps implement. But in theory, there's nothing that would stop an app from implementing code that basically says, if I detect a node is censoring in this way, automatically switch to other nodes. And
so my question more on like CoinGecko. Right now, we use CoinGecko to get price data, and the client calls CoinGecko directly. It's this part more question for DeFi. Like right now, what would happen if the user came to the app and didn't have CoinGecko pricing? They still do trade on board chain, for instance.
Probably not. No, we do everything with base unit balances. So I think you would see zeros on what you're going to receive. We can show the crypto amounts, right? Yeah, I think you could transact. The app would look like shit. No, correct. I think you could still transact because all the fees are in crypto units. All of the calculations are in crypto. The fiat stuff is just to display. Like charts will be broken, balances, like fiat balances will be broken, but you should still be able to transact.
Resiliency becomes huge. Like if prices don't work, but you liberated people like Rand to participate in crypto.
One Bitcoin, still one Bitcoin.
It might mean they have a janky interface, but that would ultimately work. That is freaking amazing. If that's the case, I was very curious about that. We can test it to confirm it, but there's not even any extra effort.
It's a very easy test to block the market data request and see what it looks like. We can do that straight after this if you want to. Yep, we can do that. Yeah. The way we've technically implemented it is like the feeds right at the view layer. Like everything is what, especially when Gomes has been pushing lately, like base units throughout. We do crypto human units, which is like, 0.1 Bitcoin at the display layer as well. But then the feed stuff just sits on top of that to show you charts and stuff.
Yeah, someone run a relay.
We're actually talking about a reverse proxy server. So will we be able to serve that data, or maybe that gets to a little bit of a gray area?
If the client gets back nothing, then
Probably against the terms of service, but like technically, yes.
Add a price service to our cable that would provide
I think the real question that Willie is trying to ask here, and it's a big concern I have about like a technical risk we have for the app, is market data at the moment. We have two main sources. One is CoinGecko. It's extremely fast, reliable, and exhaustive. We do fall back to CoinCap transparently. The granularity is not as good. The charts look like crap. It's missing a bunch of assets, but that's another ecosystem. That's another ecosystem project that we could try and tackle after that, would be like the decentralization of market data. You can get it from DEXs and stuff. It's slow.
Yeah, and there has been some ideas of like things we might be able to add on to Archeo once this is launched.
Chad's had some cool ideas on this, and like even like Adam just mentioned, like maybe this could be a source for decentralizing that market data long term. But I want to stay from like my product perspective on trying to help this team is trying to stay hyper focused on just solving this node problem right now. I really don't want to get distracted with anything else. And like I've already had to talk with Chad about this at least once or twice because he tends to get ahead of himself and has some great big ideas, but I'm just like, yeah, that's great, but we really need to just make sure this thing launches and works on this one specific issue. If that works, great, then maybe it can be evolved. And again, Shape the DAO is going to be probably the single largest holder of Archeo tokens at launch, and will have plenty of say in how that development goes going forward. So I think that's something for the DAO community to consider and see where we want to go. But I do think it's really important that we don't get distracted and that we just solve this really fundamental, important problem first. And then from there, we can see where we evolve.
So I'm definitely not you guys are in control of this conversation. I just want to let you know it's been 30 minutes since we started this topic. And I think we've been talking a lot about the app decentralization. There's been no chat yet about the org decentralization. So maybe I would probably recommend if there's some more quick comments on the app, but then you move into the org.
I've got a good segue.
Cool. So this is pretty exciting, and it sounds like 3 to 6 months we will have a version of ShapeShift that is fully decentralized. Might not have price data, but anyone in the world will be able to use it, and it will be censorship resistant.
It'll be a version of ShapeShift that will probably be the most decentralized interface on the planet compared to anything else.
And so that's pretty interesting. And we've had a lot of conversations this week about what big problems can we solve? What can we be the best at? That's important. And this is happening. It's like this, we're going to have this in 3 to 6 months. We will likely be the best solution for these people who otherwise right now really have none, or have to use a VPN, or they don't know how to use a VPN, so they're completely locked out. This begs the question then, how much do we promote this? And it kind of segues into the decentralization of the organization, because one day I look forward to the day where we are fully decentralized, unstoppable, and the community doesn't have to have any fear about saying, hey, come use ShapeShift. Here's all the amazing things you can do. But I don't think we're quite there yet. And that's why we can talk about some of the big pieces that are remaining between us and complete decentralization. And again, decentralization is a spectrum. Even once we've removed some of the known central points of failure that we have, the more actual participants in the community and voters we have, the more actually decentralized we are. So Eric had some thoughts on this earlier. Would you like to share what you mentioned earlier when we were chatting about this? Around the promotion side? Around, once this exists, how much should the DAO itself actually promote it?
So, yeah, I think the question is like, when there's an app that anyone in Iran can use, do we go tweeting about how anyone in Iran can use our app?
Iranians, come into the door.
Yeah, I would suggest, especially to start, that you avoid that kind of language and you simply say, use language like, this is the most decentralized interface and you can use it from anywhere. That's a much more benign statement. So from a marketing and PR perspective, I would say you go with that kind of language and you don't try to poke the bear. You don't need to. I don't think it buys you much. Now, at the same time, OFAC rules apply to Americans, to American businesses. There's nothing illegal about a German DAO member tweeting about how it's awesome that someone in Iran can use ShapeShift. Unless there's some rule in Germany I'm not aware of, like that is perfectly fine. So particularly from the perspective of American DAO members, like most of us, in your personal capacity, avoiding that kind of language is probably wise. But if you're not an American, OFAC has zero relevance to you. So like, it's important that every person in the DAO operates at the risk level that they themselves are comfortable with. But everyone's risk level will be different and everyone's jurisdiction is different. And that's part of why decentralization is powerful. It's because you don't need everyone to be able to convey a message if only one person in some country can do it. Those are some quick thoughts on it.
I will just add on that when this man is telling you not to poke the bear, it's probably good. An expert bear poker. Yeah.
On the client side of things, we could still get kicked off Cloudflare. We could get kicked off Leak. What the powers to be can't do is stop code from being distributed, and there's nothing wrong or illegal with writing instructions of how to build and run ShapeShift yourself. I think it'd be very prudent for us to write some very basic instructions of how to clone and run ShapeShift. Right, we could get kicked off GitHub. Yeah, we're, you know.
The OFAC backed off on that. We don't really have the power.
Yeah, some pretty basic instructions.
The point is simply that GitHub itself is a centralized service.
Yeah, Git itself is not, GitHub is.
It cannot be, but GitHub.
To Josh's point, do we want to talk more? We've talked a lot about the app. Do we want to talk anything more in terms of decentralization of the org?
Yeah, I think it's good time. Was there any final thoughts on the app step?
Just something John was saying, someone was saying in terms of like, maybe it was Eric, about like marketing specifically. And this is a different conversation, but just priming like this conversation in the back of people's minds. You know, how much of marketing, ShapeShift's marketing team is responsible for, you know, partner projects or things, and how much are we, you know, wanting to prioritize marketing or talking about those as core features, because they do make up a significant portion of the app. It is part of ShapeShift. But at the same time, like how much of those resources are we dedicating to, you know, promoting them versus not promoting them? So I just wanted to put that, prime that in the back of people's minds to like think about. Because it's something I struggle with. Because I don't know. So I just have a couple thoughts on this.
So yeah, to be very clear, you know, the DAO and the marketing workstream specifically has zero responsibility to market anything about Archeo or anything around that, in my opinion. Now, again, the DAO will have a vested interest in this thing succeeding, in my opinion, because the treasury will hold a bunch of tokens. And it's arguable that it may be in the DAO's best interest to do some support on that front. But I would argue that there's zero responsibility about what the community wants to do on that front is basically, you know, up to us. It's up to the community on how much you want to support on that. There may be some reason to do that. And I think, you know, generally supporting and advertising Archeo itself can be actually very good for the ShapeShift brand itself, to the degree that people know that this thing was incubated and basically created by ShapeShift and it gets popular. That's going to be very good for ShapeShift, most likely. So I think that there is a lot of upside there potentially, and it's certainly worth considering, but responsibility wise, I would argue nothing, because it's going to basically be its own project with its own community. And, you know, that will have to get that'll be getting figured out. So I think those are good discussions for the community to have about what degree of support or they want to be involved in it. But yeah, I would say zero responsibility.
All right, so for the organization stuff, I'm curious how exactly we want to talk about this. I know I do have a list of like foundation responsibilities with some notes on those and like what our current strategy is to decentralize that. So like we could use that. Maybe we could talk about some of the things. There's also things that are outside of the foundation responsibilities, but that are points of centralization in the DAO, such as the multi-sig. I actually do have one note on the multi-sig that I want to bring up this weekend. So maybe we start there. And see where it goes. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of there's a way we could go through this, and it would take a while if we went through every single point of centralization and discussed it. So maybe we need to prioritize.
Maybe we can just start with what we think are like the top 2 or 3 things that most need to be decentralized that are current.
All right, so let's talk about the multi-sig. I think that's a big one.
That's probably number 1.
Yeah. Currently, right now, we have a multi-sig that's 2 out of 2, and the reason we're able to do that is that we have SafeSnap. So I don't know if is everyone familiar with SafeSnap? Does anyone not know what I'm talking about? Okay. So SafeSnap's pretty freaking cool. It's a smart contract oracle that enables us to take the results of our off-chain snapshot proposals and actually enable the token holders to execute transactions on the DAO Treasury, Fox token holders, without any multi-sig or middleman. Purely, when you create a proposal, you can include transactions, and it's pretty sophisticated. You can do like single transactions, a series of transactions, batch transactions. Pretty much anything is possible through this because you can just make these raw contract calls. And if the proposal passes, there's then a interface, reality.eth, a decentralized interface where you click a button in Snapshot to actually take to the next step on SafeSnap. And it creates a question on reality.eth that basically says, did the proposal with ID X pass, and do the transactions with the that concatenate to the ID, and it gives you a TX ID because those are deterministic. You can look at the transactions that are included in the proposal and see what the TX ID would be even before executing it. And that's what gets asked in reality. People actually have to stake. Right now it's 100,000 Fox that you have to stake to actually ask that question and it'd be valid. And it kicks off a period. I think it's a week right now. So it adds time to be able to execute these transactions. And in that week, anybody can object. They'd have to, every time somebody changes the answer, they have to put up twice the amount of Fox. So if I ask to, let's say I'm a bad actor and I say, did this proposal pass? And the TX ID that is in there is not the actual TX ID from the proposal. It's actually a TX ID to send me all of the funds from the treasury. Then anybody could come up, anybody, including the community, and we get notifications posted in the treasury channel whenever someone asks one of these questions so that we're alerted. Anybody could come say, no, that's bullshit. And they would have to stake 200,000 Fox. Then it's up to me. If I wanted to say, no, this is real, I would have to then put up 400,000 Fox. And so it just keeps going. The amount keeps getting doubled until nobody objects and the period ends. And then after that, anybody can go in and then execute the transactions. So you basically like pass the transactions through to a plugin, which is connected to the DAO Treasury. And as long as the transactions match that same TX ID that was asked in the question, it's valid and anybody can execute it. The problem is it's very clunky and
Has
confusing.
that ever happened yet?
So I'm testing, we did a test, Jack did a test right when the DAO first started, the first proposal, and confirmed that it worked. Since then, nobody has adopted it. And if you look in our governance process, we have basically two paths for executing transactions. One is to request that the multi-sig executes it. One is to use SafeSnap. And nobody's ever used it. I wanted to put it to the test with this safe airdrop claiming so we could actually practice it. So we will be testing it out with this proposal that's in progress right now. But yeah, no one's used it. And I think one of the big challenges there is that, first of all, you have to be able to anticipate all the transactions that will need to be executed for that proposal, which is not only difficult, but sometimes a lot of the proposals that we have, you can't actually do that. It's not like it's with the TMDC, for example. We don't know what all those transactions are going to be until after the proposal passes. And if we were going to use the governance process every time we wanted the team to execute one of the TMDC's decisions, not only does that clutter our governance process, which is the whole reason we established the TMDC, but it takes like 2 weeks basically for us to go from here's this transaction to executing, unless we change the governance process for that. But even with SafeSnap right now, it's configured to take like a week at least. So it's very clunky. I have some awesome ideas for how we can evolve that in the future. And there's a project called Fractal that that's really interested in building new DAO infrastructure to help DAOs scale, and we've given them this feedback, and they're very excited to basically build this. And so I'm hopeful that they might be able to build a solution that can help us, where we basically separate transaction execution from the proposal process. So we have a normal governance process, and then this whole SafeSnap thing is a little bit separated, where you don't have to anticipate the transactions with the proposal. Basically, anybody can propose a transaction and then link to proof that the community has consented to it. And we can have a much shorter process, let's say 24 hours just for executing transactions, but still give people the ability to object if it's malicious. But we just separate the transaction execution from the proposal process. That's one of the things that keeps me up at night is like, how do we scale past the multi-sig? And that's kind of the best solution that I've been able to come up with that I think would work well for us. In the meantime, I don't think it's up to the community. The community right now does have the ability to evolve the multi-sig, replace the multi-sig, or remove the multi-sig. As a community member, I would probably vote against that right now, just because I see just the other night, we had Elastic Swap got exploited, and we were able to very quickly, the multi-sig was able to remove 5 million Fox and Foxy that otherwise would have been subject to risk. And that if we were relying on a fully on-chain governance process or transaction execution, we're bound by those rules. And we've seen this happen, like with Compound, basically, where they had a big vulnerability, and it took them at least a week or something to be able to patch it, even though they had the code ready to go very quickly, because their governance is all on chain. That's the only way to upgrade these contracts. So that's where we are currently. One of the reasons I did want to talk about this is that right now, the 2 multi-sig is just what we started with on day one. It's up to the community to evolve it. And I think a good next step, at least, it doesn't really, I guess it makes us a little bit more, maybe you could argue, decentralized, but it's not a full solution. But I do think we need to have a 2 of 3 multi-sig. And I think we need to, or I think we should, basically push forward the proposal that Michael had started to appoint a committee, which would be workstream leaders with tenure, I think it was over 6 months is what he had recommended, to then be able to elect the multi-sig. It also helps us, we can, right now the signers are a little bit public. This would also make it so that there's a group that does know who the signers are, but it's not completely public information, because that also is a risk, basically, that the signers get kidnapped, held hostage. Range attack, yeah, totally. They're our weakness. So that I think is something.
It never got to.
Yeah, it got posted in incubation, and one of the big holdups was the compensation for the multi-sig. So right now, the multi-sig is not compensated. Part of this proposal was including also just compensation for whoever the signers are on Fox tokens that vest. And there was just some discussion around like what is the right amount, and it never really got. It kind of just fizzled out, basically. So I think we should push that forward. I'm pretty, yeah, I couldn't care less about the compensation, but it might be valuable to some people. I would prefer not to push this proposal forward myself, especially because I have a bias where, yeah, I wouldn't advocate for the compensation, but I can understand why it might be important to others. So I prefer somebody else to basically make that case and be the advocate and take feedback and make proposals and take feedback and incorporate it. James, you volunteering to take that proposal through? So yeah, I've talked for a while. That's at least, I think, a good next step. And yeah, hopefully that kicks off some good discussion.
I just said to our team in chat that I think that it's a baby step towards decentralization. We can put the next engineering budget on SafeSnap, right? Yeah. Put the discretionary funds up front, put the infra and like labor costs every month. There's nothing emergency wise that we need there that like, we're not going to have some emergency expense. That's very unlikely. And it's just a step in the right direction. It doesn't solve the whole thing, but it's just further on that spectrum.
Yes, big plus one to us practicing with SafeSnap and getting more used to it, even though it's a little bit clunky. I think that would be a good next step. To the example with the workstream proposals, one of the challenges right now is that every month, the multi-sig transfers 1 month worth of budget for all the workstreams over to Colony. And that's it's a perfect example of something that you can't currently do with SafeSnap. No, it's all or nothing once you include those. So you'd have to do a proposal every month, which would obviously be super clunky. Yeah, so, but that's a trade-off, and you could certainly propose that, and you could say, just give us 6 months of budget up front and use SafeSnap for it. Like that's basically what our options are right now.
Which isn't necessarily the best.
Which exactly. Exactly.
So I think the reality is,
I think the reality is that there's some tension here between what's efficient and useful to the DAO on a daily operations basis and what our tools are to fully decentralize this. This is one thing I personally think, like, to Willie's point, I think we should be marching down towards more decentralization on this, and we might just have to accept that this is not going to be fully decentralized, you know, in the next 6 months or something, and that's okay. You know, and this is not a super unique problem to ShapeShift by any means. This is something that the vast majority of DAOs deal with, or they have issues like Willie mentioned with Compound, where they have arguably a more decentralized setup, but they also have a lot of problems that come with that. So it's just like, as a community, we have to decide to what degree we want to move down this road. And also the hope is that ultimately, this was the hope when we first set up the ShapeShift DAO, is that these are problems that the industry is inevitably going to solve over the next year or two, hopefully. And as the tech gets better, we can certainly do that. But I mean, the good thing is arguably SafeSnap does work today. We could work around all these problems and use it. But I don't know that we necessarily need to. I think the important thing to know is simply that SafeSnap is there as a fallback. If both, you know, treasury signers that were currently there get hit by a bus, we would not be shit out of luck. We could still do the necessary things. They would just take longer and be slower.
And we can use SafeSnap to.
And we can use SafeSnap to appoint new multi-sigs, et cetera. So we have the mechanisms there where effectively the things that we need are fully decentralized, but they're not necessarily efficient. And this is also something, and you know, even back to the Archeo discussion of what I said earlier, sometimes we're going to have to make those trade-offs. So Archeo is very specifically making a trade-off where it's going to prioritize decentralization over efficiency, at least at first. That doesn't mean we don't want efficiency. It just means that we've decided that the biggest priority there is decentralization. I don't know if that's necessarily what we want with the multi-sig today. Like, efficiency does matter in some very important ways, but we at least have to fall back if we need it. And we have to decide to what degree we want to evolve that. I agree with Willie that at least evolving the multi-sig and starting to at least test SafeSnap are really good steps over the next couple of months, and then evaluating more from there. But maybe someone has some ideas about other things we should do there.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'd like to steer us now, is rather than talking more about SafeSnap or the multi-sig, how about some other ideas on how we move towards more decentralization?
I don't know, this is something that marketing's been playing around with there in terms of our ideas. So of course, salary gets paid out on Colony, but we have a budget for PRs or for whatever's. And so, you know, contributors will manage that. So Arena is paying the PR person, or Tyler is paying the PR person. Ideally, moving those payments to a multi-sig that then marketing can sign and have like a 2 of 3 Gnosis safe that marketing controls, that has those auxiliary funds that then pays those third-party people. From my perspective as like a US citizen, I also don't want to be held liable. So I'm like, hey, like, you were the head of marketing, you controlled the wallet that sent these transactions to pay for these services to market ShapeShift. It sort of, for my own sake, mitigates some of that risk, but also decentralizes it a bit, where if like I were to disappear and someone needs to pay someone, they could still have access to those auxiliary funds to pay for you know, extra one-off services that aren't necessarily consistent, but we do have to currently, you know, account for.
You could also do whatever it is that you use a multi-sig for. You could use SafeSnap for, right?
Good, yeah.
But it's
Right.
So right now, all the work streams by default, they have Colony. And right now, every work stream is using Colony. Colony is an alternative approach to a multi-sig. And I personally think that a multi-sig for the work stream would be a step back in decentralization versus what Colony has, if we had the force function disabled. So right now we have this ability that's configurable in Colony that we give to all work stream leaders to give them the ability to force payments, basically, which means that they don't have to go through the motion process. And so basically that's almost like having like a one-of-one multi-sig. And yeah, that's where we are right now. I've always imagined that we would get rid of that functionality one day. And that's why we encourage everyone to do motions when you can, instead of forcing it. Like, yes, it's easier to force it. It takes a little bit longer to do motions, but practice the motions, because eventually this force thing might go away. And the community could choose both to remove it at any point if they wanted to. The cool thing about the motions, the reason that I really think Colony is super cool, is that it's similar to that SafeSnap, where it's passive governance, and you're able to basically, one individual, a work stream leader, can pay all the contributors. You don't need multiple people to come in and sign, but anybody in that work stream can object to it if it's invalid. And so that's one of the cool things. And similarly, let's say that workstream leader gets hit by a bus or something like that. That's okay. The community, the members of that workstream can still make motions to propose transactions, to grant reputation. If they ever want to give a permission to do forcing, like they have the ability to do that. But yeah, so there are some limitations though to Colony. You can't execute arbitrary transactions, and totally, like if a workstream wants to use Gnosis Safe, they absolutely can. And there are some real use cases for why that would be useful to get out of Colony. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about the multi-sig versus Colony's governance, which their hope is that it is a more evolved type of governance than just a multi-sig, which is still doesn't necessarily solve the problem. We're still stuck with the central point of failure, even though it's smaller.
I had no idea it did that. So they're like, that was like the way it was processing. But I mean, maybe an evolution of how we use Colony, at least from a marketing perspective, is like, I think the workstream leader came through and published payments for all the contributors. And maybe we ask contributors now to instead reverse that and propose how much they should get paid for that one. And then we say, hey, like, instead of like Tyler going through and saying, paying every single person, we say, hey, it's the 15th, like, make sure you request your motion on Colony. So then they just get in the habit of doing that and staking and using that service potentially. Like, does that make more
That works
sense?
right now. Yeah, contributors can make their own motions.
Before, yeah. So, but like, could we just like encourage people to do that moving forward? Because it would then remove the burden, it distribute the burden across everyone, and then force them to use the tool.
We could, and I'm curious what you guys think of that. I've always thought it's a little bit more efficient for
Easier just to have one workstream leader basically for everyone. And that's one of the things that we define as a responsibility. Like it is the responsibility to allocate the funds. It's not, they're not a dictator. Like the members of the workstream can overrule them if they're not forcing. But yeah, just in terms of efficiency, that was kind of the thought. But to your point, that's possible right now. And it's up to a workstream to decide, like the workstream leader, if they're going to do that, or if they want to have the individuals pay it. I kind of like the balance though, especially if we got rid of that force capability where it's still the workstream leader's responsibility to go do it. But if you think you're owed money by the workstream leader and they don't pay you, you can go make your own motion. And then it's up to the workstream leader or everyone else in that workstream to basically object or support that motion.
So I'm currently writing in 2 different positions in workstream leader with Colony, where operations I have the ability to force and marketing there's a bug in it, so I can't force it. And so going through the experiment of living in the world where there's no force, I'm having to bail them out either today or tomorrow, so marketing gets paid. And you've had to do that for me in the past. And so I too, like you, thought there would be a space where eventually we would just remove this force thing. And now being through it, I think that maybe we still need to introduce more steps down. And maybe, I know Colony's not great at building things quickly, but maybe there's some sort of multi-sig scenario in which when we need a force action, it requires multiple solutions to sign together to do it there. Because I think that could be a step towards that, or when we need an emergency situation. We don't want to get in a situation where our decentralization process has made it from a situation where we miss a payment or someone has to wait longer than we should. Creates an insufficient payment or something like that.
You're 100% right. Yeah, and sometimes that's what a lot of these DAOs deal with. If they don't have the force capability, like it's really nice to have like a multi-sig or an individual to fall back on. But sometimes that's the trade-off you make. But what we can do, I love this idea as like a next step. Right now, I have the ability as an individual, just because this is what it was when we set up Colony, and the community hasn't taken this permission away from me yet. I have the ability to force payments on Colony, and that's actually a big risk. Like I don't want that, because again, someone could kidnap me, and they could have me force all the money, all the funds from Colony to their address. So it's scary as hell. Maybe we can delete that from the recording. But what we can do as the next step, we have a Gnosis Safe on Gnosis chain. And a cool thing that we set up like a month ago is that the DAO actually has the ability, the mainnet DAO has the ability to control the Gnosis chain safe. So because we have safe snap on mainnet, token holders can execute any transaction, even without the multi-sig on the Gnosis chain safe. And we have the multi-sig as well on the Gnosis chain safe. What we can do is we can take that permission away from me and we can give it to the multi-sig, and then it'll give exactly what you're saying, where now it at least requires like 2 people. We don't completely remove our ability to force, so that if someone's busy one day, no one gets paid until a day later. We don't want that. But yeah, I think that's a good next step. And I think we've had a good amount of practice with Colony now at this point that it makes sense to take that next step. Now's a good time, I think. And we have the Gnosis chain safe there. connected to the mainnet safe. I think it's a great next step. And then it'll make it a little bit more painful. Anytime someone does forget and they have to ask for forcing, it at least makes it a little bit more painful, but we have that workaround.
That step force is only available to the.
No, to the no. So right now, I have the force permissions across all of Colony. Next step would be taking that permission away from me, granting that permission to the Gnosis chain, multi-sig or treasury.
So non-workstream leaders, how many of you have used Colony more than when you get paid? Anybody? So there's a lot of bugs in it. Yeah, that's not an understatement. There's a lot of bugs. It's not perfect, and unless my motions to get paid, that when you were doing that or trying to do that, it didn't pop up for me ever. If I didn't get the direct transaction ID, I couldn't get to it. Even if I search, there's just way too many bugs yet to even consider removing that force, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. I think they fixed that.
We've never had a situation where the workstream leaders couldn't actually pay people, or I guess we had the bug that we couldn't force, but we were able to work around it. But it's fair. Colony it's in beta. It's got some bugs, but I still think at this point, I guess let's do any workstream leaders object against that next step of still having the ability to force by the multi-sig, but taking it away from at least me as an individual. And I don't hear any pushes to remove force from workstream leaders' capabilities right now. So workstream leaders still have that capability to force, but that is something that, yeah, it's up to the community basically to decide, or workstream leaders, of course, could voluntarily remove that permission. But we will still have that. So there's kind of two pieces there. Yeah, especially after publicizing all this. Yeah. Well, here's the thing too. Right now, if we pass this other proposal too to move the multi-sig to 2 of 3, then I won't necessarily be a signer anymore. So I'm in support of that as well. It's a lot of stress being a signer. It's one thing. It's tough too because right now they're not compensated. It's very benevolent, but at the same time too, there's how many people out there are willing to do that? That's part of the reason around this compensation, because one wrong click and it's like all the DAO's money is gone and you feel terrible. You have maybe a big target on your back or something. So.
The App Store, obviously Apple, our account with Apple, our developer account, very big point of failure if they ever decide, make those choices. Plus also it's still in, the foundation or whatever's name. It's very hard to remove that. So any plans by the foundation members to tackle that issue going forward? I mean, I would hope eventually we don't need the App Store. We have alternative means of promoting, but
A great question. So I definitely want to talk about that. Do we have any more thoughts on this multi-sig colony conversation? One ask that I have is that somebody volunteers to push forward that proposal and is willing to be the steward. Do we have any volunteers for that? Pt.2, my man. I think you'd be great for it. So thank you very much. Cool. Any other thoughts on multi-sig colony stuff? Okay. Nevertheless had a great question around the App Store. So there's 2 other big categories of stuff that we need to decentralize. And those are Web 2 account management, basically. So these accounts that just the foundation has been the steward of. And then there's these things that require a legal entity. And sometimes there's an overlap there. And those are, so those are 2 big categories. On the account side, we are taking the first kind of step towards this. So post-migration, this is one of the next milestones at the foundation that we identified would be a good next step for decentralization, which is handing over administrative accounts to a committee of workstream leaders who have tenure over greater than 1 year. So Tyler, Giant Kin, Diggy, you're at 1 year about? Sweet. DeFi will be there soon. Kent at 1 year. So yeah, trusted group of workstream leaders that have tenure will get a 1Password account that has all of these administrative accounts. And we're not doing all of them yet. I have to look at the exact list of what we're handing over now, what we're retaining access to, but things like Twitter, basically, that the foundation has had to be the admin of. We had given the DAO access to Sprout Social, but we had to be really careful with these admin keys because basically, yeah, anybody who has the admin keys can compromise the account. They can change the password. They can lock us out entirely. So that's one big category. It's just all of these Web 2 accounts that the foundation has been stewarding, and we're taking the first step to hand those over to the DAO. I think it's a good strategy, and eventually, if that goes well, we can hand over all of these accounts, and I think that problem can be solved. So we have a good strategy for that. The stuff that's a little bit more unclear is like the App Store, and they require a legal entity. And for that, that's a perfect example of something that we don't yet have a clear strategy for how to hand over. Autopilot is another one where the GDP DAO without at least having some serious GDPR risk, which is one of the big regulatory risks. It's almost as scary as OFAC, basically.
What was the name of that app?
Autopilot, yeah. Not just because of how scary they are, or you think GDPR isn't that scary? GDPR, yeah. Well, it's a good point. GDPR. It's one of the things that the lawyers will tell you is like super risky because the fines can be up to like $20 million. But yeah, right now, at least, if we were to hand over just the GDPR to the DAO, we'd probably be breaking some GDPR regulations, as far as I understand. And that's the autopilot is an example of one thing that we may never be able to hand over to the DAO, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's a trade-off that we're comfortable with, and we say, you know what, it's worth being like. We're going to be fully decentralized. We can't have a bank account. We can't force contracts, and we can't have an email list that we ourselves manage. But we can use things like Wherever, basically, to maybe we let a third party hold the user's email address. We have a signed message with their Ethereum address, and by that, we're actually still able to send emails to our subscribers, even though we don't hold them. Like these are the types of things that we need to figure out, and it's not really clear. But yeah, the App Store is one that my hope, I guess, is that either Apple will accept DAOs, which might happen one day, but probably not in time in the next couple of years, or that maybe a business, like an entrepreneur will set up a business that is legal and is willing to interface with DAOs and say, hey, we'll manage your app for you and for a fee. And they're able to actually get the developer license and stuff. And maybe we outsource that. But yeah, those are the types of things that we need to figure out how we're going to hand those over. And some of them we might say, you know what? Maybe the solution is just getting rid of it or finding an alternative that doesn't require handing it over to the DAO. Who's next?
I think this is a really good example of like, we also need to be clear of like, what is a real decentralization risk to the DAO existentially, and what is an inconvenience? And maybe we're willing to make a trade-off. So I think the App Store is a great example of like, if the apps got shut down in Android and iOS tomorrow, that would suck, but it really is not an existential risk at all for the DAO. Like all those things would keep working. Anyone who still has the app would keep working. The DAO would keep working. It would be a pain in the ass. And this is one of those where I think that trade-off, and the foundation handling this is worth it. This is exactly the foundation doing its job as it was set up to help with those things that DAO simply cannot do today. And I think that's okay, because obviously the distribution platform of the app stores are definitely worth it. It lets us get a lot more users, and it's a very popular way to do it that we won't have. There's just no real replacement for that today. But importantly, it's not an existential risk. So like when we're talking about these like priority things for what the DAO needs to focus on decentralization, I think we should just make sure we're focusing on the priorities that could really hurt us in that existential, like everything falls over. And the multi-sig was a great example of that. Like, we don't have proper decentralization of the multi-sig. That's a real decentralization or existential risk. The App Store is more in the category, to me at least, of like nice to have, not that big a deal ultimately from an existential perspective if it falls over. And so I think there are things like that where we can be okay with that trade-off, at least until we have a better option.
DNS. If anyone played poker in like 2011, the DOJ just took away PokerStars and full tilt like overnight. We got to be better at the IPFS thing, like the .eth thing. We probably have to figure out bundle sizing and getting the app working more reliably. It still does, but like Archeo plus IPFS, like, if the DNS goes away, the forum goes away, the app goes away, the website goes away, like everything.
Yeah, so that's one I would put more in the real existential risk category. And I do think we fortunately do have, like, if we have something like Archeo and we have IPFS and we optimize for it, that gives us a really good fallback to where even if the DNS still work. That's definitely again where I think the convenience trade-off today is worth it, but we also need to defend against GitHub is absolutely in that same category, but Git itself, our Git will not write that.
And there's Radical Exchange, at some point, we should check out Radical.xyz. They're basically like a centralized GitHub. They're super cool. And yeah, I know it's not necessarily a need right now, but it is a solution that is getting built. And yeah, I'm sure they would just be so stoked at for us to move over there. So maybe something for us to consider. I'm not sure what the would be.
That's a good opportunity. If we could even find like a solution like that where we could basically just constantly like automatically clone the repo somewhere else, like they get cloned to Radical, even if we're not using it, just as a backup, like that would be a really cool step to have. So,
Sky with the DAO, the name escapes me, but he has, yeah, DXDAO. He's had some really good thoughts around all that, so we could maybe pick his brain.
Yeah,
because they're very committed to that.
He's the man, and he gives us a lot of kudos too for how we're doing stuff. But yeah, they actually have it. I'll take it real quick.
One thing that DXDAO has that we don't yet have, which I think is okay, but something to keep in mind, is that their interface is so decentralized that only the DAO can push out new updates. So it works well for them because they only do updates like maybe once a quarter. But basically, when they have a new version, the DAO actually passes a proposal to like deploy that on Fleek, which is pretty interesting. Whereas right now, we've delegated that authority to the engineering work stream, which I think makes a lot of sense because we're doing frequent releases. But yeah, DXDAO, they're taking the same vein, trying to DAO without any legal entity and be fully decentralized and unstoppable.
If you guys don't mind, as long as we're on the topic of decentralization, I want to pull back a little. Hey, Scott. What's up, Marlon? I want to make it a little bit more philosophical and meta. What are the themes that came up yesterday a couple times, more than a couple times really, was this notion of signs that maybe the discourse within the community was gravitating towards maybe groupthink, or wasn't an opening place or a welcoming place for, say, I don't want to say necessarily dissenting opinions, but certainly maybe minority perspectives. CFO Scott raised the point that perhaps these frequent governance proposals that are majority, 99% plus for, could be emblematic of maybe that type of groupthink. I'm not really convinced of that. I feel like that could be more symptomatic of the fact that our governance process leading up to an actual vote really serves to have open discourse. I also don't personally see a lot of like overt sort of suppression of minority opinion. But I say that coming from the perspective of a workstream leader who has a bully pulpit, to use a crude term, but like I get on the freaking DAO stage every Tuesday and I can, talk for an hour and I can say whatever I want. And I have a certain amount of cred in the space, and I don't have to worry about my perspective being felt. But if others do, that's a huge problem, because, if we can't decentralize thought within the organization, then there's a risk of, getting centralized. We're trying to fight against centralization of thought from governments, and other big entities, and hopefully this could be a thriving place for decentralization. I know I'm channeling you right now, Pasta. You've done such a good job of always keeping this top of mind. But I'm curious, I want to put this to you guys. What do you see as ways that we, I guess both like actual evidence that this maybe that dynamic of discouraging different perspectives might be taking place, and then also what can we do to make it more welcoming for all in a way that is still, doesn't lead to just like maybe chaos and like not because you could take it too far and maybe say, depending on how you implement that, it could get a little bit messy. But I want to throw that out to you guys.
Just a few minutes. So what I want to just do a quick housekeeping check. Sorry, because that's a super important discussion, but I'm going to go to this meeting, and I just realized it's not where I thought it was, and it happens to be super close to Costco. So I think eggs. I heard we need some. Do we need more eggs and anything else that's needed?
Why is that so fun?
Because Matt, do we need another 2 dozen eggs?
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that people need for time? I think we're pretty stocked and I'm actually.
You get very warm plates.
I also took away a lot of the things that I bought that I'm gonna return because we had, there's just unopened packages that were clearly not gonna go through, so.
How we get on booze? Did you
Nothing.
guys drink all the booze last night?
The other thing that so we've been here, like, we've been meeting for like a couple hours now without a break. Now, I think you kind of switched the topic to this more meta level, which is important. I'd recommend taking a break and then going into that, like 10 or 15 minutes, and then going back. Because I can, like, there's a lot of people standing, some people arrive, let people say hi and like come back and start that. So you'll start that more meta decentralization of the org, more about like opinion, and you're going to get a little bit more onto the governance side of things, which I think is absolutely one of the things around that is why this is here. And then I don't know if we were going to even get to biz model fees today, but if you do, that's where you go next. We started at 10, so if you can push further and start some of this, it would give us a chance to get to more stuff tomorrow. Or if everyone's burnt, then we'll start with biz models and fees. And I think we're going to start at 10 o'clock again tomorrow. Is that right? Or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Although even 10 a.m. was difficult for some this morning.
Okay, so why don't you just everybody come back here at 4 to start the decent. Ken can probably facilitate through that.
I'm not writing anything down though.
Recording stopped.
10 o'clock tomorrow, but back here at 4.
editorial computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Cool. For this session, I will be Josh. So cool. Maybe we'll have a couple of people. Oh, there's GK trickling back. There's Eric. I think we get started though. So yeah, this is a bit of a shift from some of like the logistical and operational decentralization, which is super important. There's a lot of attack vectors.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. The CIA is listening. So that's super important, but this is like, I wanted to get a little bit more meta, a little bit more philosophical with it, but it's not totally philosophical. It's very like, it is kind of rubber meets road in terms of like the day-to-day interactions of our community, which is to say primarily Discord. This is where our community exists. GK and the Mod Squad do such a good job of keeping it open and troll-free, and yeah, it's really awesome. But one of the things, and it really did kind of surprise me hearing this from multiple people yesterday, is just concerns about like, not just like the potential threat of groupthink, but the notion that maybe either overtly or subconsciously the DAO sort of discourages minority perspectives from being shared or perhaps dissent. So I think a good way to start off with this would be, I'm curious if anybody feels comfortable with sharing concrete examples of how minority opinions have recently or in the past been sort of discouraged by the DAO.
I think I can come speak from this from like a very personal perspective of coming in as someone who no one here knew, right? No one knew. I was like, H Payne, random ass guy in the Discord, like who knows this guy? Yeah. who knows this guy? Like he's a troll. He's like, right, and now here I am, right? Proposal going to be uncle contributor. So there's a very clear trajectory of like me now integrating with the community. And I can point to like, even like in the last month or so, like just finally starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of voicing my opinions. And one of the concrete examples I sort of wanted to point to, at least that came to mind when this question was asked before, is when we're using these Discord stages to talk about things, it made me feel really weird as someone like presenting on stage when I was just talking, and then you would just jump up and I'd be like, whoa, he's here. It's crazy. And it's, or like, we have these firms where we have admins, and usually they're mostly centralized people who will then jump up on stage and maybe they'll just start talking. And like, as someone, it's always like, hey, like, I want to talk, call on me. And it would be nice if like, not a formal process, but like, hey, like, I know I have the power to go up, but I would like to request to like join you on the stage instead of just like jumping up and saying, hey, like, I'm here and I have the ability to get on stage, because maybe the person facilitating the conversation would say, hey, like, I want to hear your thoughts, but maybe in like 10 minutes instead of like having that. And that's happened multiple times. I can't think of like specifics, but I know it happens. Not just you, but like people just have general feeling. Like you do all the time.
I know we can't raise our hands.
Oh, you can't raise your
The
hand.
guys have options to raise their hand.
Oh, so and maybe a solution to that is like, hey, like in the stage chat, like, hey, like I want to get on stage. Is it okay? And I think like I try really hard to like make sure I don't abuse that now that I have that power. It's like now I have like, oh, like GK was like, now H Payne, you can go on stage all you want. And I'm trying really hard to like not do that, because I know it made me feel really like uncomfortable as a contributor saying, oh shit, like some big dude's up here that's like a big centralized fox, like I gotta give them space to speak. And so that made me feel really like not uncomfortable, but that's like the word that was.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you still feel that way, that there's like the centralized foxes and then the people that came in later, and that there's a difference or a discrepancy?
Yeah, actually, I was talking to someone, and I was talking about that.
Well,
Yeah,
this is kind of like a milestone.
Yeah, this is a huge milestone. I think I think you can think of like LATAM as sort of the first, but in terms of, if you think of all the people who came over from ShapeShift and the work streams that exist with those ex-contributors, almost the entirety of marketing is not from centralized ShapeShift. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that, because if you think of every other like largish team, I'm not saying Global's not a large team, but if you think of every like traditional team that exists, it all has some element of that centralized, ex-centralized ShapeShift people there, which isn't a bad thing, but that's just like a reality, right? And so it's really cool that we actually get to this point to trust some random person, some random people coming in and saying, hey, like, we want to do marketing, and we weren't part of ShapeShift before, but like trust us now. That's super cool. And I don't know if I necessarily feel divide. Like I don't see like a you versus me. especially like having this face to face, where like I like look you in the eyes and be like, you're a real person. Like I know who you are now. Like but unfortunately, not all of our contributors have that opportunity. And so it definitely like humanized a lot of people because a lot of people were very scary. Like John was very intimidating. Like insanely intimidating. And like that was just my perspective. And a lot of you guys, like if I'm being honest, were extremely intimidating. Like even off, like I was like, this guy's like I felt so like nervous, just like trying to like talk to that. And that was just from someone, you know, who's actually been able to somewhat integrate into this ecosystem. It's still a work in progress, but largely that's no longer the case. Obviously, I know I can now talk to all of you, but I can't speak for the people who aren't here actively, or who maybe. Does that answer your question?
I can say some things that are close related, I think. I do think that there is a divide, but I don't think it's between centralized foxes and non-centralized foxes. One of the things that's been actually really important to me on the topic of like organizational decentralization is around leadership. And I think, you know, maybe I'll preface that. I want to take that picture. I think I'll preface that by saying that I think it's apparent that there is an unequal distribution of authority and influence at the DAO, and that distribution is not congruent with the distribution of Fox. I think it's never been explicitly stated. Oh, okay, well, let me say, the DAO is not a flat democracy, nor do I think that it should. I think that what we have right now, the system of governance outside the governance process, probably more closely represents, like a representative democracy or something like that, right? And representative democracies have worked well in practice. There are myriad examples of that. However, we haven't decided as an organization that that's the right decision-making structure for us. And that's been the fundamental problem for me. Personally, you know, this isn't coming from the perspective of someone who's a disgruntled outside contributor. I'm in all the leadership meetings, I have the leadership designation. It appears from my perspective that there is this maybe two-tiered system of belonging to the DAO, being an active contributor. They're active contributors with the leadership designation, and they're active contributors without. Most of those with the leadership designation are workstream leaders. Now, I think workstream leaders have a valuable and important role in the DAO. There's some clarification around that was provided via SCP-92. And I recognize the importance of workstream leaders when it comes to managing the relationship between the broader DAO and a working group that was elected via governance to carry out a segment of the DAO's interests. However, I think what has been assumed by the group of workstream leaders, and I don't mean to imply any nefarious intent, I don't think there is anything, is that this group of individuals has somehow been, you know, elected, appointed, or is expected to lead the DAO strategically. And I think maybe, you know, that's as simple as the terminology, you know, that could be directly attributable to the terminology that was used, right? The word leader is in the name. So the assumption that this is a leadership role, right, is not too far-fetched. But I don't think that that's in the best interest of the DAO here. And the reason that I don't think that's the case is because, you know, one of the things that's unique about the flat hierarchical organizational structure that we've got here is that we can crowdsource the strategic decision-making processes, right? We've got a set of problems to solve. The solutions to those problems, you know, lie in some space. And by conducting ourselves in a way that fosters an environment that's as close as is achievable to a pure meritocracy, you know, via the free and open exchange of ideas, we can, to the best of our ability, try to span that space, right? And so the search space is as large as it can be. We're most likely to find the solutions to the problems that we face, and all ideas are given equal weight on the table. And the best of them are the ones that rise to the top, regardless of where they came from. Personally, I see us as being all very much on the same team. I see it as my responsibility to do the best I can to make intellectual contributions, right, to help in solving the problems that face us as a group. I don't care about seeing that it's my ideas that rise to the top. I care about us finding the right answer. And I think that that's the strategy that maximizes our likelihood of success.
Hey, Nick, can I just interject with a quick question for you? And kind of returning to our theme of concrete examples of this happening. What are some specific examples? Of course, you don't have to get like maybe down to the personal Fox level if you don't want to, but like how specifically do you see this problem of work stream leaders assuming an inordinate amount of like sort of say over what happens to strategy? Because it seems like, to use one counterexample, us gathering together seems like at least one counterexample of that. But I imagine you have other things in mind that are on the other side of that.
Yeah. So the problem has been worse than it is now, right? There has been progress made on the front, but I don't think the problem is solved. The strongest example I can give was around the budget cut decisions, right? The decisions about what to do in order to maximize our chances of survival through the bear market were made behind closed doors by a small number of people, not by the organization entirely. I think I'm actually confident, completely, right, that there were creative solutions on the table creative solutions that would have been on the table otherwise that were not considered, simply because the number of people that were involved in that decision was very small in comparison to the who would have been interested in participating in that decision. So there's an example of how I think an inordinate amount of authority and responsibility was assumed. Now, there's not a fundamental problem with this level of authority being granted to workstream leaders, but the organization has to decide that's what's in its best interest, and that conversation hasn't taken place yet. So the group of workstream leaders, and again, I'm applying no nefarious intent. I think has because of a divergence in understanding about what the role of a workstream leader is, assumed a set of responsibilities that weren't explicitly granted or assumed to be had by the remainder of the team, or much of the remainder of the team. So I think we as an organization need to decide whether or not the extended level of authority that workstream leaders have been operating under the assumption of belongs to them, or whether or not it's in the best interest of the organization to delegate the strategic decision-making authority to a representative. In terms of, there are a couple of other issues. There are a couple of issues with that sort of representative structure. Like, one is a perverse incentive that must be understood by all contributors working under any workstream leader that's active in governance to comply with whatever let's say the workstream leader holds strong opinions, to comply with whatever those opinions are. Because under the authority that's already explicitly granted to workstream leaders, right, people with strong dissenting opinions can be, and there's no recourse. And I'm not saying that's happened, but as a workstream contributor, I have definitely felt that pressure. Not for the not as a result of the actions of anyone else, but the structure. Right, and so that's something that I think we've got to consider when we're trying to crowdsource decision making.
So what do you think we can do to alleviate those pressures and make it more comfortable for people to express their opinion no matter what it is?
I think we need to come to an explicit understanding between all the members of the organization, what the roles of workstream leaders in the strategic decision-making processes outside governance. If there is, that doesn't do anything necessarily to alleviate the concern about misappropriation of the authority already granted to workstream leaders in terms of silencing dissenting opinions. But I think maybe having this conversation explicitly, right, might do something to alleviate those concerns.
Okay, so everyone knows, I'm sure by now, I'm not afraid to voice my opinion, dissenting or otherwise. So, H-Pain, you said something that I just wanted to comment real quick. I felt the same way when I first got the authority to be able to jump up on stage and to talk, and I kind of got it because of some generous admins. Probably wasn't supposed to have it, but very early on, I put a proposal up, and I had scheduled like a discussion about it or something on stage, and I won't say who, but someone was very generous to just give me the rights to like, hey, you can start the presentation, you can jump on stage, you have stage control. And I like for months would not use it because I was like, oh, I don't know, I don't belong, you know, I'm not gonna do it. And so I understand what you said about that, but you do grow to get used to it, and everyone that would jump up on stage, they're there to support you. They're not there to knock it down or anything like that. So believe me, it goes away, and it's very helpful to have those individuals be able to jump up on stage and just support you when they need to and stuff, without having to go through like the chat. Okay, so to the other point. So things have changed, yes, Ken, to that point. I was very vocal coming in. I did take some time when I came into the DAO, like about 3-4 weeks, maybe a month or so, just observing and following along in the conversation, getting involved in conversation, and taking the opportunity to learn a little bit more, because I do come from traditional side of things, and I hadn't been in crypto and stuff, so you know there was a lot of different nuance and stuff. But anyways, I took the decision to kind of like offer up some options very early on, and you know it was very early in the DAO's existence, probably way too early if I would look back and recall. And I did feel very much so the outsiderness and the designation of, at that time, you know, core versus, you know, and the X ShapeShift versus, you know, someone just coming in and trying to be a contributor. That was understandable. I mean, like I said, I came from something where it's very understandable. I was always used to very much so people coming to me and seeking answers, seeking solutions and stuff like that. So me coming in and just presenting also led to a lot of my rambling to try to justify like the points I was trying to make. I would try to like take both sides and try to show that there are other options, and I do grasp that there is other opinions. But it has gotten better. Obviously, over time, I've worked very much so with a lot of contributors within the DAO, and even here at the retreat, speaking to someone, meeting a lot of people, has been very, very helpful. Even before that, you know, they've kind of, you know, I get sent to my corner. You know, everyone knows, never was gonna jump up and say something. It is what it is. I think that with any organization that's kind of used to doing things a certain way, there's a familiarity, there's a safety type of, you know, I've done this, this was successful at one point, or I've done this and I feel comfortable with this. So I can say I understand. To some of what Pasagos was saying. So preface this a little bit easier. So I've always been willing pretty freely to offer like options without pushing them on anyone. Like the only time I ever put the proposal forward was like when I first came in, and I saw, after doing a lot of reading and listening to actually Eric speak on some things of like the opinion of, you know, this thought process that we are owners, but we're independent, you know, business owners and a part of the DAO. We're not these guaranteed employees. We're not these guaranteed people that, you know, just demand things and be like, you know, okay, I demand this because this is what happens everywhere else. You know, as a business owner, you go into a situation, you have to create that wealth, that value, that, you know, seek out that through, you know, what you can prove and what you can show and what you can like gain from that. So I do see where there's sometimes like I will offer opinions and nobody knows me from anything because I do stay anonymous. I have said, and everyone can say, oh, he's full of shit, or he doesn't, you know, he's not, you know, saying, but I do have a lot of experience when it comes to strategy, to organizational building, to other things. And I do like think on things and look at things and I always don't come with like what has worked traditionally in crypto because like that was my background. But I think sometimes when I put things forward, it's like, nah, it almost seemed like sometimes it could be predetermined. Like, you know, there's just like example we were talking about earlier about, you know, whether the fiscal responsibility stuff, you know, and austerity was the right moment in time because, you know, people had kind of, you know, come to conclusions about what would work best for their work streams, which is their right as work stream leaders. But I did put out there, like, you know, we can have more discussion about this. Maybe, and I even preface it, if you go back and read it, maybe not even now. Maybe right now, this is what the DAO wants and needs. But in the future, we can always go back and have this option of extending it further or taking these measures as a different option of doing where we are now, kind of where we're like, okay, we got 10 months or 12 months left. And it's like, I don't know if it's the case of like, okay, let's just cut more people. Let's, you know, let's like make more harder decisions, or, you know, are we willing to look at other options? Just because of my background, I will say that, you know, me offering solutions to a DAO where I only gain from being a contributing member or someone who's vested in the concept of how can this DAO be something that other organizations look to and say, okay, we want to switch from traditional to this DAO thing. We see this experiment working. We want to make this transition. I offer my stuff freely when sometimes I think that, you know, okay, it's not always the right way. It's just an option, and you guys can take the opinions and take the choices you want. But it's not something that comes without usually a price. Like, you know, as a consultant, as someone who was, you know, an executive, those things are very valuable, and, you know, and they have great source of information to, even if you take bits and pieces of it. And I've even suggested at times where it's like, yes, we've elected work stream leaders. Yes, they are leaders of their work stream in their domain, and they have all right to make those decisions within the work stream as it pertains to what they put up as proposed to be what they were going to accomplish, whether those are accomplished goals, whether those are things that, you know, are valuable to the DAO. The DAO votes them in to accomplish those goals. Does that make them all confident, all knowing leaders as far as understanding every detail about strategy, structure, where we, you know, where to go as almost bad word, but management. Within their work stream, obviously they have that skill. When it comes to broader things, I think sometimes you see where, you know, decisions can be made where it's like, okay, well, this work stream leader is going to do this. I don't see the problem with that. I'm going to follow along. And then it kind of like domino effects from there. Okay, so now we're all saying this is what we're going to do. And like I said, I offer those options and those suggestions as a community member. And for me as a contributor, it would be valuable to understand that there are people within the community with varied backgrounds and a lot of knowledge and skill that they built and accumulated over years. Maybe not in crypto, but maybe.
So just to interrupt you really quick, never was. So to get to kind of the crux of your idea right here, I think what you're getting at is that you're sort of saying that not all opinions are considered equally in the DAO, and perhaps workstream leaders have an outsized influence on the proceedings because their opinions are taken more seriously. Whereas, and yeah, there's also, yeah, there's kind of a theme here of like sort of outsider versus insider.
Well, I don't want to say that because, you know, like I said, initially when I started, yes, you know, I felt that. I don't feel it now. And
Right. But this has been kind of a common thing that popped up a few times during this conversation. Just something to note that it's, you know, maybe that alone is a little nugget we can take in terms of making the DAO more inclusive and inviting for newcomers to feel like, okay, you know, you don't have to worry about like you're the noob, you're the NFG. Or FNG, fucking new guy. Like, you know, we still value your opinion. On the other hand, I think it's natural for if you're new, you know, people just don't know you as much. You're not going to be listened to as much. But yeah, in terms of opinions being taken seriously, that I just want to make sure I was properly characterizing your concern there.
Yeah. With the preface of, like I said, it was initially, you know, that was very prominent that I could feel that, you know, that aspect of it. And but you know, even now, like, you know, offering solutions or possibilities, and I will say as possibilities versus anything else. A lot of times, you know, my first proposal was a couple pronged, because the couple things that I had identified from coming in and outside and looking in was one, that, you know, the concept of being a business, you know, self-employed business contributor. And I took it in ways that, you know, seemed overly complicated or might have felt odd to some people. Like, as, you know, as that type of person, you know, you approach it as a business. So you know, you do things that are very measurable, very, and because that was right off the bat, I identified that measuring these goals would be very hard. So I did it in milestones. And I did it in a way that might have complicated governance and stuff like that, and burdened people to being more subjected to governance and the process and slowing things down. And that's fine. But anyways, the second thing that I identified was the need for additional support systems, not only for new contributors or incoming contributors, but also for those newly elected people to workstream leaders or leadership. Whether right or wrong, you know, I was new to the community. I felt there would be a need for, when you have a mass transition from any organization or any type of business operation, from you're not used to this role. You know, you were, you know, on this team, and you were in a top-down organization, and you reported to XYZ up the chain. There's a different way of operating, and there's some things that are not shown or available to you to understand and learn. So when I identified, I said, okay, these new workstream leaders might not have been in these roles before, operating as, you know, a self-employed individual, operating as someone who is, you know, has this new role thrust on them. So I offered, the second part was basically like a team that can offer strategy or options and the ability for them to meet their determined goals and achieve what as a work stream they've set out to do. Like, you know, it's great to say, okay, as a work stream leader, I'm going to do this, this, and this. Building the plan to actually get there is where the work comes in. This is what, you know, we put the emphasis on their ability to execute, and to execute it in an effective way that makes the most sense for the DAO. And so the second part was, you know, creating that ability or that pool of talent from within the DAO to be able to be a crutch for those instances, to be able to have someone to lean on, to bounce ideas off of, to bounce conversation off of. And it was open communication through those channels and building those bridges between contributor, new contributors and existing contributors and all those things. And, you know, I still feel that there's a need there for that, and it would be viable and helpful for people to be able to lean on others. Just not to have people tell them what to do, but just offer ideas and different constructive things. And some of those things that we're going to try to do here, obviously,
when we want to talk about those things, you know, I'm big on communication. That's important. So I'm sorry I took so much time, guys. But yeah.
Thanks for sharing, never was.
I never was.
So I'm going to go back to Pasta's points a little bit. So I guess an example of maybe a place where we could increase decentralization is when there are issues of how people are reading the proposals that are put forward, or if something is out of bounds, and maybe a formalized process of how to challenge some of those decisions. I'm willing to, you know, take blame on one of them, but there was the issue that I didn't think that something was within the scope of the PMDC because of a proposal of the power that was given to the bond committee at that time. And selling me. And at that time, I had said that it was not within their power because the ETH was designated to be paired with Fox per the bond committee and used as LP that the owned. That was kind of the point. And I think that maybe bring that to a larger audience instead of, you know, if that should have been or not, may have been the correct decision. So that's all I had to say.
Man, those are some really good thoughts. I really appreciate HPain, Pasta, never was Pt.2, you guys sharing all of that. I think it's really, really good feedback and important to acknowledge that. So I appreciate you guys being so transparent and candid. And I'm glad to hear that we're moving in the right direction. I think, like Kent said earlier, it's kind of, some of this is a bit inevitable, right? Like we went from being a centralized organization, we had some centralized foxes come and migrate. They knew each other, they had worked with each other, they had established some reputation, and they kind of had inherent reputation because they were already employed by ShapeShift, and they, you know, hopefully knew what they were doing to some degree. So yeah, I think it's been definitely a challenge because, like, on the side, you're meeting all these people in person. Obviously, I don't think there's any kind of secret cabal or any big decisions that are made behind closed doors in a bad way, in a nefarious way. But I think that's also inevitable. Like with the decision for the work streams to optimize their budgets, for example. I think that's one that there were some conversations that happened in private, but that's okay, right? And again, like these work stream leaders, there's nothing that says that they can't talk to other work stream leaders or even other centralized boxes that who have valuable opinions that they respect. In terms of like, is there a process to object against that? We do have that. We have the governance process, and maybe to your point, like I think you're absolutely right that for a new community member to come in and propose something, it's harder for them to even get feedback or get people to pay attention to it versus somebody like if Eric went and came and posted that same proposal that you did never was, like it might have gotten some more attention. And I think some of that's natural, and we should. It's like I agree. It's very important for us to try and cultivate that culture where newcomers do feel comfortable to post a proposal up. But yeah, I think to some degree, there's only so much we can do there, and we should try. We should make an effort, but there's always going to be some degree of that. Just a newcomer coming in to a community that's already established. You kind of got to earn reputation or credibility, especially with like a long proposal to get people to take the time. And I thought that was a good example of one with the austerity where it was a bit complex. It took a while for people to kind of read it. And I know you have the tendency to, instead of, and you acknowledge this, instead of just getting straight to the point, you like to kind of provide a lot of background so that people have it. And I think sometimes it might actually benefit you just to get straight to the point, make it really clear. Here's what I'm suggesting. And then, yeah, save some of that as if people ask questions and stuff, but first get their attention, get them to ask those questions. And then you have all this great information to respond with. But I think that's, that's something that's something I need to work on doing better for sure. It's something I keep top of mind because attention's scarce. And that specific proposal was right during probably one of the most busy, dramatic times of DAO when we're figuring out how do we optimize these budgets. So yeah, that would be, I think that's a good advice for all of us when we're trying to get these things through. But yeah, I think, and with the work stream leader thing, there was some objections to it. So it's like we had the SCP-92 discussion, and ultimately the community did decide that, like, yes, we want work stream leaders to have this authority to be able to control their budget. And I'm kind of looking back, yes, there was some pressure from work stream leaders to other work stream leaders to do it. And I'm glad, because if we hadn't have made those budget cuts, we might only have a couple months of runway left at this point. And yes, we would have been able to execute a little bit faster, but would we have executed enough to be able to actually have a path to sustainability? I don't know. So just wanted to provide some color there, and just remind everybody that this is inevitable to some degree, but we do have these processes. And what I haven't ever seen is like a group of centralized boxes or of any individuals that are basically like maliciously trying to push through a proposal, and then where the community does not have the opportunity to object, because ultimately any community member can put the proposal up and change things. They absolutely do have that ability. But they need to make a proposal basically, and just, it's up to that individual to take action.
Yeah, interesting points. I just wanted to follow up on something you said, Willie. It's interesting, like the notion of I think it's almost human nature, and especially in a DAO, wanting to earn a reputation. But one potential solution, if the DAO perceived that the governance proposals were being too weighted towards or too biased based on who the poster was, and maybe the DAO instead thinks that ideas should float solely on the basis of whether or not they're perceived as good ideas. Let that be the sole judge of whether or not it's a good idea. We could enact some sort of like we're having shielded voting now, shielded posting, where you don't even know who's posting. That could have downsides as well, because this gives you an automatic filter of like, okay, I think I take this more seriously. But if that's how the DAO wanted to roll, that is an option.
I'll pass it. One other thing that I really wanted to say that I forgot was at the same time as the I did not respond to it. I know you were seeking feedback and stuff, and I wanted to, but and it was difficult. There was a lot to read. There were spreadsheets that you had to go into to really make an informed decision. Even whenever we do that, like even with the Fox Archeo proposal, like one that's very important, it's coming from John. We got very little feedback on the actual like stuff in the spreadsheet, and people didn't even read the spreadsheet. They're giving feedback and clearly didn't even look at the spreadsheet basically. So, but at the same time too, so I kind of wanted to stay out of that conversation, leave it up to the community. But I also thought the boosted Fox was in line with that, and was a good solution to basically extend runway without causing more Fox cell pressure, and gave the option to the community members as opposed to forcing that. I thought that was a great solution. It was very clearly presented. And if you had put that proposal up, I would have said, this is fucking awesome. Let's go for it. And that's just a little bit more context for that specific example.
I mean, yes, I understand attention spans are short, especially in the internet, especially in this day and age of instant gratification, of seeing very accessible responses and stuff. I am a little bit older, so I do. Anyways, I'm a little beyond that. But at the same time, hearing the conversations here about data-driven decisions, hearing the conversations about wanting to have the ability to back it up, the result, the return on stuff. GK, I see your hand up. I think that when we have presented that information, whether it was easily digestible or whether it was, a little extra effort to do, a lot of times I've seen, and yes, I am verbose. Yes, I do present a lot of options and take different sides of things to provide context. I think it's beholden to us. If we really want to take this somewhere, and we really are serious about data-driven decisions or informed decisions or making smart goals and stuff like that, it's going to take a lot of effort to research, to learn, to understand, to make those decisions. You can't just look at something in 5 seconds and say, well, because it's so who posted it, I feel they got a good point, and I'm gonna go ahead and basically let it go. It's beholden to us, especially in harder times of scarcity, and resources are harder to come across. You have to put that extra effort in. You're not going to skate through. You're not going to just get through on the luck. I mean, yes, some people get through on luck. Some people can eeny, meeny, miny, moe it, like, in multiple choice. But you need to read. You need to have the context. You need to understand it. And I think it's very dangerous to just say, well, because you had, 5 spreadsheets offering 5 different options to a very difficult solution, that was people's livelihoods, that was people's, it was, yes, maybe, some good results came out of that. You can't just dismiss it and say, well, it's easier just to say, okay, 3x your Fox if you take a 90-day delay on it or something like that. Yes, it sounds good, that's it, but that's a delaying of the inevitable. That is just putting something, kicking the can down the road. I mean, you can see it as not that, because you can say, well, it's additive, but it's not the action. It's not something that's going to solve the problem. It solves the immediate problem. It doesn't solve a long-term problem. And all that I was hearing during this time was, this is not going to be a short
This is going to be something we need to dig in and we really need.
Sorry, if I could just interject real quick. So I just don't want to make sure we don't go too far down the weeds of debating that particular decision. I think that's great fodder for this retreat, but it's a quarter till, and we have a few other foxes that had their hands up. So first of all, we have Highlander via Zoom, and then also Hoff had his hand up, and then GK. So, oh, that was okay. We have Highlander via Zoom. What's up, Highlander?
Okay, Kent. Yeah, I wanted to bring some things up. You were asking for specific examples and some of the frustrations that I've been having that I kind of want to air out. Previously to ShapeShift, one of my biggest focuses has always been open source. And a lot of my debates of early open source has been what sort of foddered a lot of this DAO. But most of that was based around HD Wallet and trying to get people from the outside community to interact and build with ShapeShift. So a lot of my personal time, effort, and passion went into HD Wallet and went over on a mini multiple year progress. And so something I really want to bring to light is when there was a reorg and when the personnel decisions were made for reorganizing the stream, we essentially made the decision to lose a lot of our context and a lot of the engineers who have been developing on HD Wallet for many years. And as someone that's part of this is coming from someone that is trying to run KeepKey, and then we're trying to add assets and we're trying to make progress in this repo as that side piece. But another is just my passion and legacy from ShapeShift. The ability for the DAO to focus on certain pieces and places and innovation in wallets as a whole was made unilaterally by one person just by personnel decisions, and we just lost context on HD Wallet as a whole. When that's has always been my goal, is to figure out what it's going to take for native wallets and our ability to get people from the outside world to come and build with us and to get us out of this cradle. So I understand that we don't vote on individual pieces, we don't vote on individual personnel, even though I do believe that long term we should consider that. But things like ownership of different pieces of the stack and figuring out where our whole stack is open source, but where in these stacks have ownership and who can push those things forward and who can take initiatives. It just feels like right now it's in a vacuum. And I don't know personally how to change that. And I'm very open and I'm very interested to figure out what we can do so that when people have certain individual pieces of the stack that are important to them and to the outside world, how we can prioritize those things.
So just to clarify, Highlander, so with respect to hiring and firing and personnel decisions, that matter was subject to some controversy due to sort of ambiguity. There was an attempt to clarify that via SCP 92, but you're talking about, and that kind of is a matter of governance that's currently a settled deal. Of course, somebody could always make a counter proposal, but you're talking about more like further defining the scope of who has the authority perhaps to decide what happens to various elements of our open source stack. Is that an accurate sort of take of what you're saying? Or am I stating that right?
Yeah, I feel like we've lost all the primary engineers who've worked on HD Wallet, and our ability to add assets and to work in the wallet ecosystem has been severely detrimented on that. And we're focused primarily as a DApp on this piece now. So I just feel like our ability and our just gracefulness in the space has been affected by that. And it was just a unilateral decision that was made.
Willie says, make a proposal. and also James has the mic.
Like I totally understand where you're coming from, what you're referring to there. I absolutely acknowledge the loss of institutional knowledge when the layoffs. It was the risk for sure. We now have, we're still contributing to that. I do want to make it clear in the most recent engineering budget renewal, I explicitly put in there CODA to avoid the SCP 92. There wasn't feedback on that specific point that was voted through. I do understand the risk there, and your passion for HD Wallet and where like you'd like to take KeepKey. I do think the open source software, like it's one of the topics I want to talk about. We kind of prioritize that, but I would like to take a chance at some point address what I think open source software is. HD is part of that. Like our kind of open source posture as it would be. I think that, you know, the contributions that HP wallet recently have been commercial. It would be great if we had some resources at disposal to make more kind of community-driven contributions about, for example, Facebook app. I think there's a variety of examples of how different centralized companies or DAOs, you know, write open source software. Kind of different strokes for different folks. We are open source. It's not one size like that means. I do understand your concerns. We did put that exclusively to the government via the government's mechanism. So yeah, it wasn't like it was snuck in. Cut and dry.
Yeah, I think to just summarize my point real quick is I think there needs to be a decision made if we want to innovate in the dApp space, or if we want to innovate in the wallet space, or if we want to innovate in both. And you're right, Willie, something like that should make it to governance, and it shouldn't be on engineering to decide where they want to innovate. It should be on the leaders to be told where they want to innovate, and then hire personnel to reach that. I agree with that, Willie. But I just think that's something I want to bring to light is there's really two different places we can innovate in ShapeShift, and it's pretty cut and dry. It's wallets or dApps, and dApps are very, very, very broad. Just because I have an opinion that I was really passionate about wallets, and I put a lot of time and effort into wallets, and I was really impressed with the engineers that worked on wallets at OG ShapeShift. That doesn't mean that's the DAO's direction, but I just sort of wanted to air this out, and it's definitely been on my mind a lot, the best way to deal with this contention. So.
Don't see engineering as making strategic decisions about like what we work on. That's really product's function. I do still see engineering as a servant of product, right? Like product decides the what, we decide the how. Like they say what to build, we build it, right? Correct. And it's a collaborative process, right? You know, it's not a kind of subordinate relationship to product and so on. But to highlight this point of like, I'll be a DApp or a wallet, like that was very evident in the code recently with like the wallet connect stuff. It's hard to do both, like both. Not many people do that. But ultimately that decision of are we a DApp or a wallet is one that the community makes via governance for like what is, and you know, the authority to DPS. You know, if D is doing a bad job, proposals welcome. Vote around, vote a better leader. If I'm doing a bad job, please vote me out. Like I don't want to, like I have no desire to specifically be in the leadership role. If there's someone better, please, like I would vote for them. I genuinely would. At the moment, I think we're all just kind of making do, figure out all this stuff together. And like the stuff that's happening in HD, like there's been an effect of, you know, what we've decided to build as a community. Like we're not building stuff in HD.
We're on this together. Hoff, you had an idea. I want to make sure we capture that too. I think it was before Highlander's question.
Or just kind of a comment and about like you kind of mentioned like human nature. Reputation is just built up time, and the DAO's in its infancy. But I think we are doing a good job. The entire marketing work stream is all from the community. There's not one central fox on that team. And I think it's great. I used to be part of marketing at one point. I purposely am pretty quiet because I think having communities, their voices is good. It creates diversity. And I think we're just going the right way. That's all.
Well said. And if Tyler's got thoughts, I'll just say shout out to moderation, shout out to globalization, all community members, no former foxes. I know product, engineering, operations, a lot of them too are like majority community or like close to 50-50, which is pretty freaking amazing. So just wanted to know.
I'll try to be brief to there were some themes, I think, in the conversations around governance and just from and there's kind of some vendors that are not unique to us. Entropy and it's hard to be connected to everything. It's hard to make knowledge. It's hard to get people interested in HD Wallet. All of these things are, but it is we'll continually have to figure out. And then the other thing I want to say is I heard some conversations around an acknowledgement of austerity conversations in leadership, and I know that Ken did a whole bunch of preparations around roadmaps, motions, and part of it. I don't think there was ever any strategic conversation about us do something. Anyone that did that should all of the austerity measures operations were done solely by myself. That's the on that decision.
So there's a couple of things I wanted to respond to before I forget. So Willie, I agree with you. There is absolutely nothing wrong with former Foxes or workstream leaders discussing anything, nor should we. At the same time, that's not my objection. That's never been the objection. I just want to make that clear. There's a fundamental distinction between conversation and action. There's nothing wrong with the conversation, but there is something wrong with the action. If the action can be taken without community input. I also agree that there were not, at least as far as I'm aware, any collective discussions about taking unilateral action explicitly, nor did anyone suggest that the working should act in conjunction. The problem is that there doesn't need to. And because all of the action taken by the DAO is the sum of the actions taken by the work streams. We have to be really mindful of this because this is in effect a mechanism that allows a small number of DAO contributors to bypass mechanisms. In my opinion, and I'm not saying this because of the interaction I had with this decision, but I would say this about any decision, right? In my opinion, all of the actions around strategic direction taken by the DAO need to be approved via governance. And all of those conversations need to be had in public. And I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot not to have them in public fundamentally, right? As one of the workstream leaders of the KeepKey workstream, there is absolutely nothing, as far as I'm concerned, that should privilege my opinion about the high-level decisions the DAO ought to take. I don't want my opinion to be privileged about that. In a free and open environment where ideas are judged on the basis of merit, the best ones will rise to the top. And if I can contribute to that discussion, ideas that do rise to the top, fantastic. If somebody else can, fantastic. Right? But I would be very skeptical of any argument that from a person who claimed to be very confident in the quality of their ideas, that those ideas could not rise to the top on their own, and an elevated level of consideration about the quality of those ideas should be applied a priori. If they're listening to what has been said by a couple of people, there is some palpable understanding of some semblance of in-group, out-group dynamics. And if that's the case, then that means we as an organization haven't done the best we can to foster an environment that promotes a free and open discussion of ideas on the basis of merit. And so we're operating at less than optimal capacity. And I think in order to ensure the maximal likelihood of success for us as an organization, we do better.
You're here.
Can I clarify how do you see workstream leaders acting outside of governance? Can you just clarify on that point? I'll give you a factor right now.
The imposition of austerity measures is a concrete example, and I think that's the best one I could get because we're all pretty familiar with that and the fallout that resulted. So there were discussions. First of all, the decision was made outside governance that that was the correct way to manage the bear market. The rest of the organization didn't have any input on that, right? So there's one decision that was made outside governance that does have an impact on the entirety of the organization. That we should impose austerity measures. There's another option on the table, and I'm not saying that that was the correct option, but that discussion was never had.
So wait, so Nick.
What? No. I mean, you can all right. The organization as a whole could have, and I would not have voted in favor of this. I don't think this is a good idea. But that's neither here nor there, right? The organization as a whole could have decided that it was in our best interest actually to ramp up spending, build as quickly as possible, and try to get competitive into the bear market. That is another option on the table, but that was never put up for discussion. There was no discussion had, right? It was a small number of people that decided that this was the action we were going to take. And then it was that same small number of people who decided how that strategy was going to be, not the organization.
So
I'll give it to Eric. I just want to, so my perspective of what happened too, it was individual workstream leaders making those decisions. There were conversations among leaders that were like, we probably need to make these types of decisions. And where there was a lack of clarity was whether the workstream leaders really had the authority to make those decisions, basically. Because I think that's like, I was under the impression, and I think a lot of us were under the impression, sorry, I shouldn't generalize, but we had been operating under the assumption that the workstream leaders do have that. And it was certainly my intention when defining the role of a workstream leader in the organizational structure was that they would have that. And from what I understood was that a big part of the disagreement or the conflict was, which SCP-92 went to actually resolve, was like, do workstream leaders actually have that authority? Because if they do, then there wasn't necessarily a violation. You could argue like, it'd be better to have that conversation with the community, but the workstream leaders weren't violating community consent. Maybe they were, and that's why we did SCP-92 to clarify. But you're saying it's legal.
That's a particular case of a more general problem. Right? And the general, like, had I been involved in those discussions, I would have said, this is not appropriate to have in a closed leadership channel. This is a conversation that we need to have as an organization, right? And that class of discussion, I think, needs to be had as an organization. I don't think that workstream leaders have the authority to make decisions based on those conversations independently, right? So this is a particular example of the more general problem, but I think it's the more general problem. It's the more general problem that I'm talking about, and that's why I think there's an inappropriate level of centralization around leadership.
Is the specific allegation in this case that the workstream leaders were making decisions about their own budgets, or that they were making decisions about other people's budgets?
Their own budgets, but in a way that in combination affects a change in strategic direction for the entire DAO.
And okay, thanks for clarifying. And so are you saying that your understanding was that workstream leaders do not have authority to make decisions about their own budgets? How are they doing that?
It's acting in concert, right? So I think the responsibility is incumbent on workstream leaders to recognize when those decisions, either taken individually or in conjunction with other workstream leaders, will have an outsized effect on the trajectory of the DAO, and to open those conversations up accordingly. I think all workstream leaders, all workstream leaders do have the authority to make decisions about how to allocate their own budgets within their own work streams. But if all workstream leaders get together, have conversations about that are guided by, I don't know, a fundamental guiding principle in terms of like solving a problem, right? Or guided by a particular problem-solving strategy that's been mutually agreed upon. All they have to do is take individual action together. That doesn't mean that anyone motivated them to. That doesn't mean they had to come to any explicit agreement about colluding to do that. I just think there's a governance loophole here that we need to be mindful of. And I think the response, we've got the responsibility as workstream leaders to ensure that we don't fall into that.
Okay, so this is an interesting topic. So, and feel free to cut me off if we should pursue other threads. But let's kind of pull this to the extreme example of we have 5 workstream leaders and markets are bad, and the 5 workstream leaders get together and they decide that what they should each do is cut their entire budgets and go dormant. Like, let's be extreme about it. Your supposition is that if they do that, that completely changes the trajectory of the DAO, and 5 people in that case have changed the trajectory of the DAO.
And governance was not required to do that.
Governance was not required, and thus it's a failure or a loophole or a problem. So I see that as not at all a failure or a problem, because if those people did that and the community thought like that's wildly inappropriate, none of those 5 people are going to get their jobs back, right? They're all going to be voted out. The system cleans itself. New people get elected in. So that's the mechanism by which you check any particular workstream leader's actions, right?
I think that's partially correct. In that extreme case, sure, those actions would be wildly inappropriate. The problem is when the actions are mildly inappropriate. Then, as a matter of governance, all governance participants have to consider 2 options, right? So I think, well, actually, okay, I've been thinking about this for a little while, right? Let's say there's a problem with any particular work stream, and the actions taken by that work stream, the responsibilities of that work stream have an outsized effect on the success of the DAO. This is only important when market conditions are tough, like right now. So any governance participant has to gauge whether the actions taken by the work stream that the governance participant does not agree with, they have to gauge whether or not the negative results of those actions outweigh the harm that would be imposed upon the DAO by making a change in leadership or discontinuing the work stream altogether.
Doesn't every decision that a workstream leader makes affect the trajectory of the DAO to bigger or lesser degrees?
Every decision that a workstream leader makes has some impact on the trajectory of the DAO. There are certain decisions that have outsized impacts on the trajectory of the DAO. And I think that that's something that has to be properly considered by any workstream leader acting responsibly.
Who gets to decide
I think it's the responsibility of the workstream leaders to exercise their best judgment, and then it's the responsibility of governance participants to evaluate the quality of that judgment.
Agree.
We're voting in the workstream leaders to accomplish the determined goals that they propose to the DAO. And that's running their work streams for a period of time and accomplishing the goals they list during that period of time. I think that operating within those justifications and those rules, yes, it impacts the DAO, but kind of the DAO has, I mean, and things change and there's some leeway as far as how it's written and, you know, how it's interpreted and stuff. But I think when it's ambiguous, left ambiguous beyond just like, you know, okay, I need this leeway to be able to accomplish my goal. I need to have a little bit of flexibility to adapt to certain situations. When it goes beyond that and it's, you know, now I'm influencing outside of the scope of what I went before the DAO in the proposal to get accomplished for what my work stream was intended to be, you know, do and work for the DAO. That's where I think some of the extra comes into. And I'm not going to say, you know, how that happens. I can say, though, that when I was rather outspoken, that I was told that leadership has asked why I'm in ops and why I deserve to be in ops. Now, that is intentionally saying me, you know, what is he doing in ops? Why is he there? That is something that is done outside the scope of, you know, what you decided you were gonna do in your work stream for your proposal. If you're, like saying, well, does he belong there?
So maybe that's a opportunity for improved cross work stream communication, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah, but I mean, I hate to use the example because, like I said, that was very early on. I mean, things have changed. Obviously, I've been in the community a lot more involved, and I deal with a lot of people that contribute in many ways, and I show appreciations for them every week in the governance call, and I truly do show that appreciation for what they try, do to accomplish.
And you've been killing it on those governance calls, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you. But no, seriously, I just really wanted to throw that out of context of something that happened in the past, and I think we've moved way beyond that, possibly. But at the same time, it is a cautionary thing, that it can happen, and not even intentionally sometimes. Sometimes it could just be general conversation, and that we just got to be.
I see you afterwards. I want to say a few thoughts on this because I think this is all really good discussion. This is like cutting edge, pioneering shit, right? Like these are hard challenges, and we're a DAO, and like this is kind of the crux of the DAO. Like the community is in charge, and I just want to acknowledge. I think you're right. Like, can we do better? Absolutely, and we should strive to do as well as we can. We're not there yet. But it's also, I want to acknowledge the challenges, and we know that that's a big part of why we're not perfect at it is because we have priorities. And in a perfect world, like every community member would have context and would weigh in on every single decision, right? But we can't get there. And if we tried to do that, it wouldn't work, I don't think. And that's why these work streams exist, is the community is still on top, but the community has the ability to delegate authority to work stream leaders and to work streams. And I think you mentioned it earlier, like the average contributor might not actually have the context on whether these decisions that a work stream leader is making are right. But they also, if that's true, then they have even less context on just the day-to-day decision. And like, I think one thing that we have validated is that the average community member is able to make more informed decisions on the high-level work stream proposals. And like, is the work stream doing a good job, like overall, or do I think they're acting absolutely crazy? They do have the ability to make those proposals if they think the work stream leader is acting out, and that's basically, yeah, that's the method. And prior, I do think that the community had delegated authority to these work stream leaders. There's benefits to that. There's trade-offs. There's also cons for sure. But overall, I believe that the work stream leader methodology and giving the community the ability to delegate whatever authority they want to and revoke that authority is one of the best things that we actually have as part of our DAO. It's enabled us to move quickly and get shit done. But I recognize that absolutely there's area for improvement. And I do want to say, like, I hope everyone feels comfortable. If any community member listening to this ever feels that a work stream leader is making a bad decision, they have the capabilities to make those proposals. If they don't make those proposals, basically, or force those conversations, then I can't have that much sympathy because the tools are there, and I don't see anyone blocking those types of conversations. I know it's difficult, and I absolutely acknowledge that. It's a very hard conversation to have, and I appreciate you guys for bringing this up and having this difficult conversation. It's awesome that we can have these conversations, and I'm super open to any ideas for how we can improve it. So yeah, I'll stop there. Go ahead, see, there's some hands. Who's next? Tyler, did you still want to say something? Yeah, I'll give it to Pastor.
Explicitly, what I'm saying is that, I agree with you. There is no problem fundamentally with delegated authority. The problem is that authority has not been explicitly delegated. If the organization decides that that's what we want to do and that's in our best interest, I'm all about it. The organization has not made that decision, and it's up to the organization.
Well, that's why we had SCP was because it was unclear whether the workstream leaders had that ultimate authority. We had certainly been operating under that assumption, and it hadn't been challenged yet. But yeah, I mean, we can have that conversation. But to me, absolutely, the workstream leaders did have the ultimate authority to allocate their budget or stop allocating their budget, and that was okay. Sorry, I'm mischaracterizing.
There's no disagreement there, right? Inside the work stream, do whatever you want. Outside the work stream, the broad high-level decision-making, that's not up to the group of work stream leaders, at least not yet, not explicitly. Now, and I think the responsibility is incumbent on all of the work stream leaders to recognize when a course of action is taken by one or a number of work stream leaders crosses that threshold.
From my perspective, I didn't see any violation from the way that those decisions were made. To Tyler's point, I didn't see any individual work stream leader making a decision outside of their own work stream, which from what I understood was exactly their responsibility, not just their authority, but their responsibility to make those decisions. However, I agree. Did they do it perfectly? No. And could we have done it better? Yes. And I think if we went back in time doing everything we do now, we would have done it better, right? Because we've learned some stuff from that. But I also want to acknowledge it was really hard decisions to make, not clear how to have these conversations in an open environment. Like, again, this goes back to the fact that we're on the fucking cutting edge and there's no playbook for how to do this. So I think we learned a lot from that. I hope we can continue doing better and continue acknowledging where there is room for improvement and having these difficult conversations. So I definitely agree with you. Yeah.
And maybe one worthwhile exercise in the future, kind of with what you're saying in mind, Nick, is, you know, the DAO does have a mechanism for collectively determining big strategic things. That's governance proposals. Granted, there's a lag. It's not very agile, you know, but you know, it's maybe in the future when we're confronted with a heavy situation that work streams are collectively deliberating, perhaps, of course, any foxholder can put up a proposal. So maybe there's room in our governance process for that sort of thing and taking it to the community, which is clear cut. You know, what if the community decides on something that is, you know, that's sort of what the community is deciding. Does that sound like something that would be more amenable in that case to you?
Yes, I think so. I mean, what I think I wanted to raise here, you know, is an observation that I have no intention of like harping on things that have happened previously. I just wanted to raise an observation that I do think that, you know, there's a potential pitfall here, right? I don't know that can be solved with an explicit governance declaration or something. But, you know, I wanted to bring to the attention of the community that there is what is, you know, effectively a governance bypass loophole here. It's been used once. Let me rephrase that. There's an unintended governance bypass loophole here, right? And we've accidentally fallen into that trap once. We need to be careful about that going forward. And I also wanted to drive home the point that it must be the case that we are most likely to arrive at the optimal solution to any problem facing us if all of the options that can be considered are considered. And we need to foster a space where that's not only allowed, but incentivized and motivate all of the community contributors to contribute what they can.
That sounds reasonable. Tyler had his hands up for the mic.
So one thing I think I heard you acknowledge a lot of this as a problem here. And I would love to pull it back to maybe like similarly, there's kind of loopholes inside our spectrum. And Willie pointed one out in Colony earlier, and we could probably discover a million different solutions there to solve that one. And I guess inside this too, maybe an example with bringing that one there with this too is like the severity of the issue too. We're now talking about the pros and cons of the gray area of collaboration, and when it's beneficial for me in DeFi to talk about like who that guy is and why he's doing that thing, or if that guy needs to be here or not anymore, and if we're nefarious the bank. What?
We shouldn't have any regulations restricting the freedom to share information around the organization. Right? We have to collaborate in order to succeed. But there's a fundamental distinction between discussion and taking action. And so I never that restricted the ease with which ideas can be shared.
Yeah, and I think that I guess I don't fully understand the splitting hairs here between how we're supposed to make decisions and when the line is for the benefit of our work stream or getting a ticket done versus when it's supposed to be something that requires like now we're actually moving the DAO forward. And this is different than moving our date forward or moving the digital thing forward. And I guess it's getting really blurry to me to understand what is actionable here and what is really just like bad experience that we had, or unexperience that we had that had both good and bad parts to it, that is in the spectrum of decentralization, that was a learning experience more than anything else.
Just a quick second, just two quick things here. Yeah, I got one up here. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, so the first is like some of you know that I'm from the DC area, and so like to a certain extent, I know what a smoke-filled room sort of looks like or feels like. And if I'm being really honest, there's this since coming into the DAO, I've gained more context. Like private conversation is really important, I think, to success. But like the existence of private leadership meetings, having met all of you, I don't suspect any malintent. But like as a contributor and not a leader, I don't have enough data to like confirm the alternative. So this is an optics thing. It's not me. I want to be clear. It's not my argument that this is a bad thing. It's just there's something about that this might benefit from public explanation. That's one thing. The second is that like there is this some decision-making bodies, governments, they have a mechanism in the decision-making process where someone is, it's their job and they're paid to be the devil's advocate, right? And so like, if you look, and it's weird, it's sort of occurred to me, a lot of DAOs, they have a template for how a proposal is supposed to go. And at the end they have, and ShapeShift has the detractors, like what about this proposal would be something it's a downside. And it's always struck me as strange that is a part of the proposal. Like there's some weird, strange, like bias, friction, conflict there. Whereas I almost think that if maybe it's worth considering as a specific actionable item that like you have, if a proposal hits the forum, there's somebody who's going to show up there with some well-researched counter arguments to this thing. And it's like a part of the process. I don't know. Like the idea is in 10 years to create a mechanism that forces diversity of like thought. And that's all I got.
So okay, just to quickly evaluate where we're at. We've been talking about this shit for almost an hour and a half now. If you're getting I knew this one would be deep, and we haven't even done fees yet. I guess that'll be tomorrow. That's going to be a good one. If you're getting hungry, don't fret. The barbecue should be here in roughly an hour or so. Just to reprise some of the themes we've touched on, and I think these were all excellent thoughts, and I love how this was such an interesting discussion. So the thing about, just kind of going back to the start, the thing about jumping up on stage, that never would have popped in my head. Just because that's part of how it works when you're an admin. But that's an interesting optics thing. And I would hate for anybody to feel like, they're getting sort of like bounced off the stage, or all of a sudden there's this imposing admin presence on the stage. It's like, man, if you got the mic, I don't want, who did that? Like, was that Kanye? Like, hey, give me a minute, showed up at like, yeah, let you finish. No, that's not how it should work at all. So, and for everybody else, they can put their hands up. So I really like that idea of there's got to be a way around that, because we don't want to make people feel like they're being bounced off stage. Ron,
I just want to go back to the point that Lily and Ken kind of made about the you can post a governance proposal. We did have an entire session earlier about conflict resolution and ways to handle it. So like I do feel like going to that person and explaining, getting an explanation from them and seeing if you really want to go through the proposal before you go and post it publicly. I understand it's less public then, but at the same time, I feel like we should acknowledge that we spent, 45 minutes on that. I feel like it's important to remember what we talked about today. So.
Well said. Yeah. +1 to that for sure. I'm so glad that we now have that methodology, and I hope that we see that in practice. Maybe we can do some like incentivize it, and the first people to do some of that, we'll get some Fox or something like that, because it really is super good for our culture, I think. But yeah, to that point about the moderators, that was such good feedback. It's something that like just happened automatically as soon as we all had those privileges and stuff, and is a perfect example of something that isn't necessarily purposeful or nefarious, but it's very easy, especially for a brand new contributor that doesn't have that much context to we have to acknowledge those optics. I will say, I think we're moving in the right direction, right? When we first started, it was pretty much all like centralized boxes. Day one, we had GK in there. We had Slut Crusher come in, and like we learned a lot from all of this. But Yeah, we're very close to basically giving admin control of Discord to this committee, basically. And I think that'll be a good point for a lot of these admins that just kind of inherited the admin capabilities or centralized boxes that picked them up. Like, I don't need those privileges basically anymore. And I think that will help. I think we're moving in the right direction. And like, just those steps alone, as we have just as many new foxes, or maybe even more new foxes than ex-centralized boxes who now have that capability. And they didn't get it because they inherited it just by default from day one, but because they earned it and that committee or the moderation work stream appointed them, delegated that authority to them. That's gonna, I think, improve that. So this has been a great discussion. I think we have a lot of great, I'll get back to you, Kent. I think we have a lot of great stuff to focus on. And yeah, I can understand why this hasn't necessarily, I think a little bit of some of the stuff got a bit deprioritized when the bear market hit. I mean, when we had to change a lot of stuff very quickly, we focused a little bit less on like, okay, we need to really be pushing forward decentralization. And we realized, okay, we need to make sure that we also survive. And I think we did do that in a way that did not violate community consent and was a big learning experience. And I think, yeah, I think overall it worked pretty well. And I think next bear market, we're going to be even more prepared when it comes around.
Amen to that. You know, one thing that strikes me is super interesting that didn't come up during this broader decentralization conversation. We weren't talking about big flaws or perceived flaws in our actual governance process. That's a pretty good sign because, you know, this is just an experiment. And I think arguably it's working pretty well so far. So, you know, between the incubation and ideation and the proposals and, you know, we have Metaphoro, it's interesting that with all those, you know, aspects of it. And, you know, this has been going on for well over a year now, that generally things, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it seems like it's working pretty well. That's awesome. Some other themes that popped up here, generally like more communication. So yeah, one sec.
And I just wanted to like post this as an observation, like taking that conversation of like, oh, people jumping up on stage on Discord to talk. That translated here actually. I don't know if anyone like picked up on it here, but you know, the people who had, I mean, you're obviously an easy person to pick on because you had a microphone. And so when there was a discussion, right, it was very easy for you to interject your opinion into the conversation when there were other people in front of you. And I want to make everyone, it's my own personal challenge, right, to make sure I'm like treating myself and my own opinion and voice and how I can assert that in the same manner I would like prioritize hearing other people's. And so it's sort of the same manner of like, I want to make sure that, you know, at least personally, I'm honoring that because I know it would be super easy to like put my opinion first, but like I'm letting everyone else speak, of course, but like because I'm holding the mic, it's like, oh, you want to speak? Oh, sorry. Oh no. And so it's largely just the power of having the microphone being on the box to speak. I think I'm charging sort of all of us who have that power to be mindful of how other people don't necessarily have that power, or I might have to walk all the way over to you all so you can mic, but he might be next, right? He has it first. And so that might be an extra bit of effort that I have to put forward as a leader or as a communicator. But I think that's really important that we like all are mindful of that's moving forward, even if we have these powers to like get up on stage with these powers and have these microphones, whether they're physical or metaphorical, right, are given to us. I think that'll help give our community members also a voice and feel more comfortable, you know, getting up on stage and speaking. So I wanted to close with that.
Yeah. You know, in the context of work streams, like one thing that I do in tokenomics that works for that work stream, I think, is just to always have an open mic policy. And I think most work streams do, but just people always should feel comfortable to come up and voice their opinion as long as they're not fucking trolling or something. James, did you have oh, cool. Yeah. And I hope I'm not, the irony was not lost on me sort of facilitating this discussion. I was doing my best not to interject too much personal opinion. But yes, it's holding the mic is a lot of power for sure. The media certainly wields that power to great effect. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of stuff on communication. Pasta, you've spoken in depth about it. Oh, sorry, Adam.
I was going to say, so I think that like approaching a new group, especially in a professional context, is intimidating and difficult no matter where it is. You're going to feel that trying to break in and earn people's respect and trust. felt that joining ShapeShift with 18 years of engineering, you gotta still come in and prove yourself. And like everyone is gonna have that, like I know how much trust I put in this person. And you learn part of the rewarding part to me of like advancing in companies or whatever it is. Other thing I wanted to comment on was you said, earlier with this, you got put in a really, really tough position. You stepped up when Josh kind of left the vacuum. Thank you.
Yeah, so that kind of touches on another point, plus one on DeFi. But the onboarding thing popped up. Maybe there's a way to show new people how they can quickly get up to speed and start contributing. I was talking to the marketing people yesterday about DAP back, a way to quickly or encourage people to learn more about the platform. I know C4, anybody who's working with Jessica, who's great, talking about onboarding. That certainly plays a role, I think, in taking care of like that insider outsider dynamic. Highlander was talking about the open source stack ownership. That was, I think that's an interesting element on top of the roles and responsibilities that were already clarified in SCP 92. Leadership meeting, yeah, the comms around that is super interesting, because if there's any perception that the DAO is a smoke-filled room, then we're doing something wrong, because this should be the antithesis of that. Even though there's leaders and maybe there's token holders that actually have more Fox and others, this should be this should never be a sort of smoke-filled room. So yeah. If we're hotboxing, then it's totally fine.
Like if I vote for people, I'm like, these private meetings have to happen. Like it has to happen, but knowing that the DAO has sort of empowered those people to work in, I'm sorry, to do those things in private in the best interest of the DAO. Like, I don't know, does what I'm saying make sense? And just, I've been trying to express honestly an optics thing that has just been there for a little while. And I don't know if there are other people who have felt that, and it's not distrust. It's just sort of a little bit of a dissonance with what I otherwise perceive as a DAO that has more commitment to decentralization than any other.
Every DAO's got the whales, right? And that's part of that is the nature of these just transferable governance tokens, and the fact that the best way that we figured out how to have a decentralized community manager treasury securely is one token, one vote for these transferable governance tokens. So one thing that's actionable that I think will help with all of this that I get excited about is quadratic voting. I would be fully in support of that. There's a reason that we can't enable that now, and it's the civil attack. But as soon as that's feasible, like I would be in full support of implementing that, because still, like if you're a whale, and again, not all of our whales are centralized foxes. Giantkins, like he's been one of the biggest whales on a lot of these past proposals lately. So, and with Fox price down this low, like a new community member can come in and actually like acquire more Fox in an centralized Fox relatively quickly. Like there is that accessibility there. Quadratic voting levels the playing field even more, and it doesn't. It's still a meritocracy, but it's levels the playing field between individuals and whales a bit more, and gives more weight to the individual. You can imagine somebody who has 100 Fox would have 10 voting power. Somebody who has 1 million Fox would have 1,000 voting power. So it really levels that playing field quite a bit. And rewarding users who just use our app, like with either with our staff back, or we build the Fox rewards and like make it so that any community member can come in there, earn some Fox, and very quickly have a vote that actually does have a meaningful impact. I think it's going to be freaking awesome. And I think it's going to be a great way that I look forward to leveling that playing field that I think is probably one of the biggest things. It's not just like culture of it. It's like trustless. We're giving equal or more power relatively to the individual than to the whales. But there's very real reasons why that's hard to enact right now. So just wanted to share that as an actionable thing that I do look forward to doing that I think will help a lot with this very real problem that is inevitable.
Yeah, the Sybil attack thing is really hard. Gitcoin's made a lot of progress on that front, but I don't know if it's necessarily enough for us to like copy that and enact it, but someday.
One thing other just hearing it within the DAO. I believe from what was said that the leadership, like concept, like we were saying, T Wells, of like the leadership group or team or whatever, was I think a legacy thing left over from ShapeShift that had a leadership council or something that interacted with like higher executives or something like that. And I believe that it kind of came from like that concept or that that ability to like confer and kind of just be able to talk amongst themselves. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that it was a legacy thing, and part of my harping, obviously, being a big believer in what a DAO can be, whether it's too extreme from definitions, but I think that if your true goal is to kind of like leave that legacy stuff behind, or the traditional org stuff behind, you have to really look at some of those things and figure that they may no longer have a place in the same way that it was before. It might have to look a little bit differently or something. And I gotta stop.
We need to have at least some time to smoke weed before the barbecue gets here. So.
I'm gonna back here for it though. The leadership aspect was actually my fault. I set it up more for facilitating, like how everybody product has a private room just to chat between each other, make it easier. That's the same concept for leadership. That's all it was for that. I had other points. Everybody had something that I would love to have remembered what it was. That's all I got at the moment.
Does anyone get James here?
Let me hold it for you.
Closer. I want to like channel my inner Eric here a little bit. Everyone is here voluntarily. Everyone can buy Fox on the open market. Not financial advice. At least within the engineering team, I want to like acknowledge what it's going to just I want to acknowledge what you said. Like I looked around the room and right, like the centralized boxes have dominated the microphones. Certainly aware of that. No, it's not directed at me or Willie or anyone else, right? But like, it's true. I want to give the counterpoint to that though, is that like everyone can put their hand up. I think that within engineering, half of the contributors now are not centralized boxes. There were accusations of nepotism towards Apotheosis with me. We share nothing more than a nationality and a love for me. Gomes is now the top contributor to the web app. Came out of nowhere, and perhaps I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, I think this is about as meritocratic as it can get as an organization, as governance. Our governance is still immature. We made mistakes. There was ambiguities. We've clarified some of them. It's going to get better. It's not perfect yet, but as far as voluntary collaboration and like a meritocratic idea, I can't see a better model at the moment. I challenge someone to say, like, what's a better alternative than what?
Anyone has a better alternative?
Dissolve the leadership designation altogether. I'm not saying dissolve the roles that are currently filled by people whose titles are workstream leader, but I think workstream leader, well, at least as has been explicitly defined, I think there's been some conflation between the role of a workstream leader and this idea of leadership at the DAO. The first one has been explicitly defined, and I don't have any problem with the definition. that's for another conversation. The second one has been assumed. And again, I don't have, like, there's no fundamental ideological issue that I take with the existence of a role that's got elevated authority with, you know, in comparison to the roles that are occupied by other contributors. The DAO just has to decide that's what we want. And that hasn't happened. So I think a model where that decision has been made explicitly by the DAO and the concept of leadership, DAO-wide leadership is dissolved in the interim time is a better model than what we've got.
So I just want to figure out, use DAO. So do you think that the work stream leader needs to change? You said you were cool with that.
No. MakerDAO calls them workstream facilitators. And I think had that terminology been adopted here, we would probably have a different understanding of what the role occupied by people who are now called workstream leaders is.
Yeah, you have a point there. Workstream facilitators, how do you feel about that? You guys look really good.
And the only thing that the problem is the conflation between, you know, the idea of workstream specific leadership and DAO-wide leadership. Yeah, the problem that I take with leadership is the assumption of a position that grants the authority to participate in DAO-wide leadership without the explicit agreement from the organization that that's what they should do.
I want to say something that I just had a conversation with John, a very good conversation earlier today. And it presented an interesting thing to the concept that I've heard quite a few people say, and I believe myself too. I think erroneously from what John was telling me, and John, I'm sure, might be tuned in. So yes, it's very true that, you know, Fox is down right now, and very possible that people could purchase Fox and in that governance power. But John let me know something that was pretty interesting, that maxes out. Like, there's a limit to what you could actually purchase because of liquidity. And there is no real, like, you're not going to buy 10 million or 20 million worth of Fox and be able to have the capability of overly influencing the DAO in a very quick time for a proposal or something. I think, and John can definitely speak to it better than, more eloquently than I can. I think he said like maxed out at like 500K at one time. Yeah. Right, but the price will go up. It'll immediately react, and the price will go. Fox get more expensive, and obviously everyone benefits who holds Fox, and you know, it's a process. But it's not like someone right now at 3 cents or whatever can go out and say, you know what, I feel that the work streams aren't doing well. I'm gonna vote them out. I'm gonna go buy 20 million or 10 million Fox, and act on that right away. It's not gonna happen. And I work in governance, and I look at the votes, and I look at Snapshot a lot. There are generally, and this is most average, 8 to 10 wallets that almost determine every vote within governance. And it's very easy to see that those voters have the capability of, you know, basically making those decisions if necessary. And but yeah, I'll leave it at that. And I see Eric has a mic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, with regards to like the biggest like 10 wallets, like snapshots every time. I think this is like something that happens at every DAO. It's not just us. 10 wallets was not so bad. Like, there's really many that there's really many DAOs. You have like a few, like less than 5 wallets. That
MakerDAO, I think it was basically decided that.
Yeah.
From the throughout the history, one.
Yeah. It is pretty extreme, yeah. And in our case, also like the biggest wallets, like biggest holders, tend to like stay away whenever possible, which is something I've noticed. So it's not all the time. Like if decision has to be done, they have to participate, they will. But I've noticed that they didn't stay away. And even when they don't, I mean, there's a lot of discussion beforehand. It doesn't happen in a black box. So I think the argument that's like there's only a very small amount of holders that account for most of the decision is not entirely true in our case. It's technically true. Social terms, I wouldn't say it's true. Thankfully.
Yeah, it's very much perspective, but yes, it is very true and all. You're correct. Do we want to be like all of the DAOs? Are we modeling ourselves? Is that the bar we're setting? That we want that to be our government, that we want that to be the perception of where we say to everyone in the world that we are decentralized, that we believe in this, and we have these ethos and we have that. And then you go and look at governance and you see the same thing that other DAOs are doing. I think that it's beholden to us, to try to do better. And it's just something that, I look at because, like I said, I'm big on DAO and I'm very lean to the extreme of it, what it could be versus, the nuance. So yeah, no. And I do want to say that, like my point earlier about like the limited purchasing ability from liquidity and other things, I do hear a lot, just throw a proposal up and, you get a whole bunch of Fox and you can implement. Yes, in theory, that is good. And yes, that's how it's supposed to work. And yes, that's how we want it to work. Is it there working right now? No. Do we have work to do to get there? Yes. Let's acknowledge that and understand that it's very hard to put something up as someone who, might only hold a couple 100,000 Fox and really be able to sell it beyond the smaller holders that might feel similar to you. When you have larger holders that might not have that opinion and basically can throw up a couple million at a time and just basically wipe the board if they want.
So yeah, I want to, all good. So I realize my opinion on this might be dismissed as I own a bunch of Fox. However, it's important to remember that this entire enterprise is an economic one. And ultimately, the reason that the token has any value at all is because people are willing to hold it. And those who hold more of it are putting their own money at risk for the sake of the whole community. It is an active decision every day of every one of us how much to hold of this asset. And I want people to keep that in mind. Second point, if you have a great idea, speaking of this term meritocracy, you don't need to go buy a bunch of Fox and vote it into approval. You can do that, but you can also convince people that have a bunch of Fox of your idea. Anyone can reach out to me and say, hey, this is why my idea is so great. I don't have enough Fox to sway it, but you do. Let me make the case. I'll hear you out. And do that with other people, right? Like whoever those top 10 whales are, can convince those people through your posts on the forum, through your behavior, through your actions, and through your history of prior good decisions. So that's just a practical point that any of you can wield immense influence, not just financially, but through your convincing of other people. I'll keep it at those 2 points.
To piggyback off of that, I do agree with that. And just to piggyback off of that, the Save Leader streams don't get any voting power right now. So the only way to have voting power is if you claim it as a centralized Fox and then hold it. And it's the same economic risk that somebody else who acquires it as a new Fox takes on. I mean, you're right. It never was. Like most of the proposals, it's like the top 10 voters probably have like 80% of the voting power, and then the rest is like 20%. And it's good to see that get a little bit more distributed. Like now we have new community members who have earned that Fox over the course of a couple months. I think again, like what's a better form of doing it? And I think that's the challenge. Like we've acknowledged that we do want to level those playing fields, but there's just no one's figured out a great way to do that yet. If you have an idea for it, like let's hear the proposal. But well, I see quadratic voting as a really elegant way to still give more voting power to those who have more economic risk and stake, while also not making it so that they're the only they make all the decisions, and that the average token holder doesn't have any meaningful impact. I think we can definitely do better, but can't right now because I'm going to get civil attack, and that's a big part of why we actually don't want someone to just be able to go buy a bunch of Fox and then force through a proposal, because then they could rob the whole treasury, right? And so, but at the same time, you can go out there and acquire a meaningful position basically, and the economics, the game theory is what makes all this work. And so, just want to acknowledge that. I think it's really good points. What I haven't seen is a proposal go up where a small handful of whales are forcing that through, but a larger number of individual community members disagree. If I saw that, I would yeah, go ahead. If I did see that, I would say like, oh shit, we need to figure something out now. But to me, I haven't seen that, which tells me that we can do better, but at the same time, the governance process is working. And yeah, is democracy perfect? No, but it's the best form we got. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Hello? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in that because Never was brought up our discussion there. And I think Eric made some good points also that I agree with about this fact that this is ultimately an economic system. And I think the point that Never was brought up about not being able to purchase X amount based on liquidity, I view that as a feature, not a bug. Like to me, that's not a problem. That's a good thing. That's how this economic system is supposed to work. And it's not that someone can't buy 20 million plus Fox. They can. It's just that it will become prohibitively expensive as they do so, and they basically enrich all the other DAO members. And like that's the sort of thing that protects us against governance attacks. If you could easily purchase 50 million at 3 cents, that would be a very cheap governance attack. But the point is that you can't do that. But that doesn't mean you can't, especially if you're willing to put your money where your mouth is, basically acquire plenty of governance power and have influence. But the point is you can't single-handedly attack. So to me, for the most part, and maybe this is just my view, but governance is actually the least of our worries as a DAO. I think our governance works pretty darn well and much better than the majority of DAOs. And most proposals, even contentious ones, have people weighing in with both large amounts and small amounts on both sides. And those wallets, the large wallets, quote unquote, the 8 to 10 that were mentioned, who those are actually have moved around over time. And that's, again, to Eric's point, that's a factor of people deciding to hold Fox or sell Fox or whatever they are, or even contributors who believe in the DAO and have accumulated Fox over time, such as, like the last couple votes, the top of the list has been GK, who has accumulated all his Fox since joining as a community member. And I think that's awesome that, basically community members can basically become whales over time if they have conviction. And that's, to me, that's the system working as designed. That doesn't mean we can't improve things or that I wouldn't, also listen to proposals that might improve governance, but all of those facets of it to me are actually working pretty well. And I don't really see as a concern or a problem personally.
Yeah, I definitely, sorry. I get both the points, you made earlier to me and Eric eloquently stated just previously. I think that obviously we don't want anyone attacking the DAO. Well, obviously we don't want anyone outside of the DAO that is unknown maliciously affecting the DAO in a way that the DAO hasn't determined as the way of course. But that doesn't mean the DAO can't be attacked. And I will say something that is truly like pulling shit out of the air and probably never going to be the case. But, individuals that do hold right now large wallets can attack the DAO if they decided to. It's not stopping anything. Yes, what's stopping them is their interest and their passion and their belief and their concern and everything that comes along with something that was built and really like shepherded to, to the future. But that doesn't mean that something wouldn't change and someone that was in that position at one time doesn't go, oh shit, you know what? Nah, I'm changing my mind. I can take it. So we're not, yes, we're protecting from like outside people that did not initially get, that fit that image of that passion and that, that took that where they took it. But there's still a very big possibility. And everyone can, I'm sure people could say, well, yeah, but if that happened, everyone would rally and we would be able to block it. I question that a little bit sometimes because people are familiar, people are accepted, people are known, people do feel very connected. And when they see someone that they've known and built things, say, oh, you know what, I want it back, they might go, he might have a good reason for that. And he very much might. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't, if they determined that it was necessary, influence it in a way they wanted to. And I know it's a horrible example because Eric sitting next to me very much keeps his hand out of everything he really can for the most part. And I've always respected that, he's made that determination that he does not want to be that in the community. But, it's not like you can't say it won't happen. It is there. It is a possibility. And I know it's part of the model of being economically incentivized to hold Fox and the voting system that all DAOs and all tokenized governance make the determination that this is the best way forward. I lean a little bit differently, and John and I talked about it earlier, and I know that it probably doesn't make sense or it doesn't fit in here because of what we are looking to achieve. I think that as a token, we should be building value beyond governance to the Fox token, to people who want to hold it because there's other value that is created, incentive to hold it, not just governance. And I think eventually, if you can find a place where you limit the ability of, and I know everyone talks about civil tax, of people being able to manipulate it, like large holders being able to manipulate the thing. If you have value and incentive to hold it for other reasons, not just governance can then be adjusted and protected. I think it's going to be a very hard thing. And I know a lot of people are working on that problem of protecting governance tokens that, it's ruled by the economic incentive to hold more. I think that, yes, it's an ideology of, if I hold more, I should have more say, I should have more power, I should have more ability. And that's one thing that it very much might be the case. But at the same time, when it comes to voting and when it comes to wanting to be, decentralized or wanting to be inclusive, it's very much against the idea that, it's very easily achieved to go out and court, 20,000, 30,000 people to put their smaller wallets together to compete. And I, for one, I know when I did the first proposal, the only proposal I did, I freaking marketed the shit out of that. Everyone, I posted it everywhere. I did a call about it. I was doing daily posts in governance discussions, and John, if he's still on the call, was very interactive. And I know Willie and a lot of others were, would discuss and talk with me about it. But I did try to sell it, but I was still that outsider, and I understand that part of it. You know what I mean? So it's not as easy as everyone says. And there was a very generous offer there, and obviously, but it is a process that, additionally upon coming up with a good idea, you do have to sell it. It is important to sell that, and I think it'd be behoven. And I see lately that, we have the governance calls, and I love handling them, and I love to try to promote people to be involved and get involved with governance and read the proposals. But I do find sometimes it's like pulling teeth almost sometimes to be like, go to the forum, go to Snapshot, read it, because it is our duty as DAO members to read it. And it's also the duty of the posters to sell it, to get up on stage with me on the governance call. I know everyone's busy, but to talk about it, to answer questions, to respond to things. Otherwise, it's just, we're just putting things through. We have to sell that. It's a big part of the proposal process. And I haven't been seeing a lot of selling lately.
I've been seeing a lot of just like, whether it's fatigue or whatever, it's just like, yeah, if someone asks me a question, I'll answer it. You know, I'll come up on stage. Yes, sorry. Thank you.
Never was, with regard to the imbalance in Fox holdings between the contributors, I think it's important to note that the bear market does happen to provide a fortuitous opportunity for new contributors. Consider that, you know, the Sablier streams that were granted to centralized Foxes are denominated in Fox. What am I trying to say? Contributor compensation is denominated in USD. Okay, well, to a large degree, right? New contributor compensation is largely denominated. New contributors have the opportunity to take a percentage of their USDC compensation in Fox and very quickly, right, even out the Fox holdings via this. So I just think that's an important thing to consider. I'm not so worried about, you know, the Fox, but right now there's a way to quickly solve that problem if for all those who are sufficiently motivated.
Yeah, yeah, the amount of tokens I have was intentionally set at a low enough number that if I did see anything evil, like the community can easily outvote me. Not even, there shouldn't even be a question. So it's not that people shouldn't trust my benevolence. They should trust that if I do something crazy, I only have a small minority of the total tokens. And then all you guys will make a bunch of money, and like that's okay too. So that's how it works. Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to vote on my own stuff. I also tweeted on 2 other proposals to see what happens. I put them both. I want both to go ahead and see what happens. They both have interest to me. I don't know which way to go yet. But it's going on. But I definitely see the disadvantage of having larger amounts. And I don't compared to some. And it's like, I don't want to vote that. I don't know how that focuses. Yeah, but that's still, you can still tell who I am. I don't know. Actually, John.
I think John is on deck.
Yeah, I'm still here, but I think Eric said it well. I don't necessarily have much to add to that, but just to the like earlier example about I think there's a difference between an external attack, which the system is generally designed to protect against, which is like a malicious proposal of someone who has no involvement with the DAO, just comes in and is like, send all the treasury to me with no explanation, and somehow can accumulate enough Fox with no one able to without the community able to defend against that. And our governance process, in my opinion, is well designed to defend against those types of attacks. There's a difference between that and like a internal controversial proposal that maybe some people think is bad or some people think is evil, but someone has done a good enough job convincing and gains enough support. Like, to me, that's just a controversial proposal. So like, there's this difference between the system needs to defend against attacks, which are very clear malicious proposals with no potential benefit, and something where some people might disagree and the system is designed to basically resolve those controversies. And I think so far, again, governance has actually done a pretty good job. Like, we have had some controversial proposals, and one way or another, they've been solved by governance and things move forward. And that's, to me, that's accomplishing all of its goals. Again, I'll say, like, you know, if someone, to Willie's point, if someone has good ideas about how to improve governance, I'm all ears and would love to see proposals around that, or, you know, convincing people that these are improvements. In particular, like, we've played with ideas before, and I talked with Neverwas a little bit about this before, that I think could be additive to governance, such as, you know, locked NFTs for contributors that, you know, give them, you know, some sort of multiplier on their bonus power as long as they're active contributors, their voting power. I think things like that could be really interesting and would be worth exploring. I just personally wouldn't support a system that like caps someone's voting power or says that you can't buy anymore, or this wallet can only vote X amount. To me, that is a worse system than what we have now. And that's, just how I view it. Overall, I think our governance has been one of the shining parts of the DAO and has actually worked incredibly well, much, much better than I would have expected when we set out on this mission 18 months ago.
So do you go ahead? I was going to wrap it up, so go for it.
That's a wrap. I've been trying to listen. Yeah, it's but yeah, there's a word I'm trying not to use. I said last time we were here, and it just to be hated, but governance fatigue. Like, there's so much. It's a full-time job just to keep up with anything that's like relevantly important. All the other stuff is like way overwhelming, and like I'm so serious. It's a full-time job. I can't imagine more things going to governance. I would like people are leaving because of that. Like straight up, it's like really obnoxious. And so I don't know. I just want it to be. I think it's like at a happy balance right now. And I was actually trying to look around, and like the people in this room have passed lots of proposals, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I was gonna say like it's a pain in the ass to pass a proposal, and I looked around and like these people have passed more than these. So it is like a process. And the last one that we got through, I don't know who voted on that. It always doesn't matter. Thank you for the Cosmos one. I was afraid, like we spent weeks, like months actually editing that, and like drafts and waiting to get feedback and getting feedback and all that. It's a lot. And one of the things that's hard for us is like, if we were like scrubbing on a Zoom call, it's like, this was like a business. I would have a fucking contact and I would be like, do you agree to these terms? Can we move forward? And like, we have to do that back and forth internally and try to make sure it's appropriate, and then get internal feedback, and then push to the forum, and then crickets, and then you make some changes, and then crickets, and then it passes 100%, 90 million votes. That was really cool. So it was a lot. So yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of effort to do. So yeah, I don't know. That was just my thoughts, and I was just practicing more.
So one actionable thing that we can do here that kind of John mentioned, but it's something we could do without any extra effort, is giving extra voting power to locked Fox. Like if it's in a hedgie that's locked over six months, we can do a voting multiplier and snapshot. I would be in support of that if someone wants to put that proposal up. I think it doesn't open us up to more risk of governance attacks, but it enables contributors to even more rapidly basically get more voting power than just somebody who's coming in to buy Fox, which I think is an argument we can make that for why that makes sense. And yeah, just to Marley's point, it is hard, it is not easy, or I would say, yeah, it definitely takes effort to get a proposal through. There's no doubt about that. And it takes a lot of effort to participate in governance. What's interesting though, is I'm just comparing that to a corporation basically. Like the fact that we can go from an idea to a funded proposal in 2 weeks is actually pretty fucking amazing. And we're just getting started there. So yeah, this has been really great. Is it time for barbecue?
So the barbecue is somewhere out front. They're arriving shortly. I don't want to interrupt a good discussion, but just FYI, if you want to chill, smoke some fucking weed before the barbecue, now's the time. I guess people can still hang out, but this might be a good time to just kind of call it right now. If the group is okay with it. Yeah, that was a lively discussion. You're welcome. That was fun. De nada.
Thanks everyone.
Obviously, we take this shit seriously.
Props to everybody. You guys are awesome. Love you guys.
Recording stopped.